bisnes kau ni.
Tengok ni. Ada bisnes ke?
Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye pekan Sleepy. Aku akan selalu. Ron, apa yang Ron? Part tu, aku masih dekat pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Sebab tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam. Ni.
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan. aku pula. Stop lah, Ai.
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat. So, kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy.
Apa suruh tidur
It just means that korang semua kena tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni menggigit. Biasalah, yang ni special.
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers. Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Tak, orang memang mantap. Betul tak?
So right now we're on the Taipei sightseeing tour bus and we're going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right on this bus, you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. It's actually nice, guys.
Vader.
Your team destroyed a turret.
It's trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you.
So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
it's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion, and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to strut, to self-care, or not care. Dare to turn up and unwind and try again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat,
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? Right, yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Never said that began!
Hello, the internet. I'm Phil Gornell. I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre, and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Set more beat for you, lying girl, it beats for two, and I've got your love, when I've got the voices.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in, and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peaking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peak out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA, and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here, on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little ace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is, you know, what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Alan Heath.
Okay, Mr. Switch.
Let's do this.
King of scratch. King of scratch. King of scratch. Scratch and mixology. King of scratch and King of scratch and mixology. Took him a beatbox, play what for me? Took him a beatbox. Beatbox. Play what for me? Box. Beatbox, play what for me?
lagi bab, kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni.
Tengok ni. Ada bisnes ke?
Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye pekan Sleepy. Aku akan Gon, apa yang Gon? Part tu, aku masih dekat pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Cuma tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam kan? Ni.
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan.
Let's go! Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah.
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat-dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy.
Aku korang tidur
It just means that korang semua dah nak tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni mugi juga kan? Biasalah. Yang ni special.
What is that now?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers.
Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Mantap! Lorang memang mantap. Tahu tak?
Going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right, on this bus, you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So, before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go! Let's claim nice, guys.
Vader.
trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you.
So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to strut, to self-care, or not care. Dare to turn up and unwind and try again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? Right? Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Never said that began!
Hello the internet, I'm Phil Gornell, I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre, and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Set more beat for you, lying girl, it beats for two, and I've got your love, when I've got the voices.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in, and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peaking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peak out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA, and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my centre wedge here, on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR 48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little lace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is, you know, what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Alan Heath.
Okay, Mr. Switch. Let's do this.
King of scratch. King of scratch. King of scratch. Scratch and mixology. King of scratch and King of scratch and mixology. Took him a beatbox, play what for me? Took him a beatbox. Beatbox. Play what for me? Box. Beatbox, play what for me? Beatbox, play what for me?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. This is Abstract. My name is Scrubby Cheeks, and we're very happy to be here with you this afternoon. This is going to be an interesting event because this is not only online cross-border, you have two countries in the end pitting against each other. It is also today only best of ones.
So we do have a total of 9 games to look at today, and all of them are best of ones. Yes, it's definitely gonna be a lot more punishing to all of the players, considering the fact that they only have like one chance and one try.
It's like knockout.
Yeah, it's not exactly one thing that I like the most. I mean, best of one. Yeah, it's kind of punishing, but that
is punishing.
That pretty much just means that every single one of you guys are supposed to play your very best, and there is no time to troll around. And yeah, have fun. That's all I can say.
But speaking of fun, all these fun and games today is brought to you by M1. Game GG as well as Element X. Now, you want to check out all these cool sponsors and partners, especially Element X, because they are a metaverse. You know, this is the new up-and-coming stuff, metaverse, where you can go online, virtual malls, games, everything you need, NFTs, all the hip, trendy stuff in that virtual world, you know.
Yes. I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to the virtual world, the virtual verse, whatever they call it. Metaverse. I think metaverse is like exclusive to Meta itself, right? I think so.
I don't know.
I don't know. We're not very good when it comes down to the virtual world.
That's why you need to check it out.
That's why we need to learn a lot more about it. This is still up and coming, or rather, this is still relatively new to our current era. And we are, even though we are kind of like tech savvy, we're not as virtual savvy or something along those lines. So just take a look at Element X. They have a lot of very interesting ideas, as well as their very good concepts on how you can, take part in all of these mall activities, or perhaps even virtual mall things, or perhaps even buy a land, perhaps.
Yeah. Properties. If you can't own one in real life, you can own one virtually, so why not? Or both, if you can afford it.
I'm pretty sure that there will be more that we can take a look. In fact, I'm very curious now. But I'm on a job, so I can't really take a look at it. So you guys can take a look at it for me. I believe that we are streaming only on Twitch. Are we only on Twitch? No? Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. That's a lot of that's a lot of places. So I always like to jump in onto the Twitch chat and take a look at who's in there.
Okay, so now you know Abstract's watching your comments on Twitch chat.
Yeah, you behave yourself,
Tune in, put in some comments, say hi to him, and he'll be reading them throughout the day as well. But back to the games, we're gonna see 2 teams competing first. I believe some of them are players that we might have seen in the ML community scenes as well locally.
And take a look at what we have here for now. This is going to be a 3 draft ban thing going on, and I believe that the teams on the right side, we do have one very familiar name over here. Hashtag free savvy, huh? But we'll talk about the draft first, right?
Yeah.
Because the draft is definitely something that we are technically used to, and something that we will see all the time. Camilla, Kaja, 1-1 as well as Joy being banned out is pretty much all of the very standard bans, but having Martis, Leomor, the Gusion that is currently still available is going to be a slight bit of a concern. Perhaps even Valentina would be one of the concerns that we would be looking out for.
I think what's interesting is that with these recent patches, it's really opened up a lot of possible heroes that you can play. And not to say 5 bans, I mean, even 5 bans is not enough.
I don't
much
think it's
less
enough.
3 bans. So there's a lot here that they want to be able to take out. So it's all about prioritization, right? I'm surprised that Kaja's still banned out, so I guess it's still pretty viable even after the recent nerf. But both of these teams are going to go ahead and lock in Fredrin as well as Fanny.
And it kind of seems as though their Martyrs may actually be playing onto the roam position. Not much of the jungle position anymore. When it comes down to the jungle position, it kind of seems as though if we are weighing between the Martyrs as well as the Leomord, Leomord does take more precedence on top of all of that. However, we can also still see a possibility of the Martyrs going into the EXP lane. But there is still, a very wide variations of what heroes that you can pick going into the EXP lanes. Still a lot of viable heroes, except for Esmeralda. Let's not give a damn about that hero anymore. But, Leslie being leaked out in the open is also something that I am relatively surprised. Beatrix, not too much, but that pretty much said the right team, or rather the right team, they already have a Leslie on their side, which is going to be a slight bit of a concern, considering the fact that Baraz wants to be as tanky as possible. I was hoping that we actually see a Barat as well as an Estes combination.
Well, yeah, like you said, I mean, the true damage, right, is going to really help to shred some of that beefiness, especially in the late game. Although Leslie did have a slight nerf, I think, quite recently as well. But that being said, could still be viable. Valentina going to be the next ban, as well as Lunox on the blue side. So what are their options now? On the red, we have, you know, pretty single target focus kind of lineup here, you know, with the Fredrin, the Fanny, as well as the Leslie. Are we looking to see something that can help them? There you go, a bit more teamfight oriented. Diggy.
Okay, having a Diggy onto the lineup is definitely going to be a pretty good pickup, considering the fact that quite a lot of these opponents, they do have very annoying heroes that have crowd control abilities, such as the Numinon Blast. We do have the Deadener's Welcome, as well as all of the brandishing of the blades coming in from the Martyrs. Definitely very annoying. So I'm not too surprised to see this Diggy, and of course Diggy is a very good babysitter on top of all of that as well. On the opponent side, we do have a Fasa as well as a carry being picked up with a final Odette. Wow! Odette being picked out as well. Definitely not something that I am expecting. So we do have a very interesting draft coming in from both teams. They all have their own good advantages, such as the team onto the left side, which I believe is Twin Cities. They do have a lineup that is very much geared into kind of like a wombo combo. They are very good in team fights. This is a very team fight oriented team. In the meantime, on the other hand, they are very, like you said, single target related, so they are understandably going to be very strong in their own laning phases, and of course they should be pretty much at the top of the leaderboards when it comes down to ganking and having all that kind of early game suppression.
Yeah, but I think the last two picks as well did add a little bit of that element, that AoE element, especially with the Odette and the Diggy. And the Diggy can also help to babysit Leslie, especially in the early game. So I believe the game should be just about ready for us quite soon, and we will be jumping into Land of Dawn right now.
And just like that, we are ready and prepared to see what we have got in store for us. One thing to let you guys know is that the team onto the blue side is going to be called Twin Cities. Not really say to be called, but they are Twin Cities. And in the meantime, I'm still kind of like scrolling through all of the name. I believe that, yes, on the right team, their name is Barry. Breakfast is ready.
Yes. Barry, breakfast is ready. I wonder who Barry is and who's making the breakfast.
I would love to know as well. I would love to know. Maybe one day we'll be able to get some answers. Get some answers to their those questions. What am I talking about? But we are moving on to take a look at the laning phase and of course understand a little bit more about how both of these teams are going to fare. For example, we're looking at a carry as well as a Lolita that's going to be fighting against a Leslie and a Diggy. In the long run, it's definitely going to be relatively fair to say that Barry does have a way better composition when it comes down to the gold lane. The babysitting element coming in from the Diggy for the Leslie is going to be definitely good, and in the early to mid stages of the game, even if the roamers were to disappear, Leslie will still be able to hold her own a lot better than Carrie will be able to, because Carrie is very item reliant. I'm not saying that Leslie isn't, but Leslie at least still have quite a good kit on top of herself.
Oh, as we speak already, first blood going down. Here comes the cutthroat as well. It's gonna be Mami taken down on the top side. So 2 kills going the way of Barry. Wow, that's a great lead and definitely something that you want on this early game Fanny.
And now moving on to the bottom lane, as we see, it is the EXP laner against the EXP laner, and of course we pretty much can expect that when it comes down to EXP laners, right, you don't really expect to see them much in action, especially in team fights and such. So having a Martyrs fighting against a Fredrin, this is a very close fight. As you can pretty much see, the Martyrs literally got himself away as he's barely breathing and still relatively greedy, hanging around the area and still wanting to play around with this Fredrin.
Wow, that is really knowing the limits of that hero and trying to flex it as much as possible with that shield keeping him up for just a little bit more. The funny thing is, he is still hanging around that lane, choosing not to back off.
And the funny thing is, the Martyrs isn't the one that went back home to heal. In fact, it is his opponent, Fredrin, that went back to heal instead. Maybe we might be able to see a little bit of a change of pace coming in for these two teams. It's rather change of pace for Twin Cities. Since we're talking about a Martis with not a lot of health to work with, I have no idea why he's doing that, but that's
That was pretty greedy.
I think, well, I've talked about this before. There are 4 levels of greediness in lane.
Yes.
Greed, right? Level 1 is that you're 50% HP and you still want to fight your opponents. Level 2 is that you're 20% HP and you still want to stay in the lane and get the creeps. Level 3 is that you're like 5%, like maybe a sliver of health, and you still want to hang around a turret and get EXP. Level 4 is you are like a few seconds, like you're literally 1 dot, and you believe that you can fight the opponents. That's level 4. That's
is
like
that
level
level
4.
5?
I mean, level 5 is
When you shouldn't have been there at all.
Yeah.
So that was like between a 4 to 5, maybe.
Yeah. I think that is like borderline like greed level 100. 1v1 is fine. Okay, maybe that one we can see as greed level 5, but that is like 1v2. That is like that is probably exponential all the way up to level 100.
I mean, yeah, maybe you have a Martis, right? You have the extra attack, but that being said, he was less than 50% HP. So, unfortunately, definitely did get punished for that move there. Now, the turtle is coming up on the top side 4 minutes into this game now. And it looks like Twin Cities, despite, being down 4 kills, is still trying to keep up. They're actually the ones taking down this turtle here.
I'm actually not too surprised about the fact that Barry have decided to give Twin Cities the objective, considering the fact that Twin Cities, they are a team that is very strong in the early phases of the game, solely because of the fact that they have a Fasa as well as a Barat. They have a very strong command in the early stages in terms of team fight, and when it comes down to contesting objective, I think I can pretty much say that it is a no-brainer that Twin Cities would be able to win in those fights. As such, Barry, they just don't want to contest for all of that.
Oh, the Swan Song though by Lady Karma will take down Original there. A flicker just for good measure. Bot side, it's going to be user. I'm going to just go with user, trying to use slash and dash a little bit, but Sammy is there together with Chi Long for the backup.
And eventually we are looking at 5 minutes into this game, and all of the energy plating has worn off. And it pretty much boils down to how strong the gold laners are and when the EXP laners will be able to be unlocked. At this point in time, we are just expecting to see that the Team Barry, they do have a stronger side, but hold on a second.
Newman on Blast lands onto Maxi. Flicker is there, but they need to run away. Here comes User though with the slashes. The spin to wins will take down Mommy Poker Pants here. TJX, the next to go. Clean up crew. Oh my goodness, wow!
As expected from Barry, they have very strong ganking potential. Twin Cities have yet to show what they are really made of. We are looking at a Baraz. Baraz doesn't really have a very good mobility as compared to the Fanny. Yeah, of course, right? So, when we are looking at a point where this Baraz can actually make himself into the lane and set something else up, then I wouldn't be too surprised that they themselves will be able to get a couple of wins for themselves. So I would say that Sammy, is a little bit slow. Haven't really found himself in haven't found himself in much fights just yet. No kills, no death, no assists. But now, perhaps it's the time for them to shine. As Barry, they are looking to take this turtle for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to be focused a little bit on the objectives, right? Especially picking up this Demon Slayer emblem as well. But so far, it's clearly User with the lead here. And now Sammy looks to contest it. Detna's welcome. Popped onto him. He does actually steal the turtle off of that and has to force Barry to walk away.
This is the power of Demon Slayer, right? Or rather Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter emblem is pretty much something that really gets himself on an edge, especially when it comes down to fighting against a turtle. This puts a lot of invisible pressure onto Fanny. In the meantime, talking about Fanny.
Yep, Tochi Long goes down, and now Fanny, he is back in action, trying to get Sammy, but it's going to be way too tanky probably for him to take down. Still trying though. The 2v1 is going down, the stuns coming in, and the damage will be able to put him in the dirt, and that is 2 kills again to Barry. Now, the thing about Barry is they are getting these kills, but they need to convert that into some sort of objective. Right now is a 1-to-1 trade on both sides of these tier 1 turrets. Now Barry has slowly trying to, chalk up that lead a little bit with this mid turret as well.
It's kind of interesting to me, right? Considering the fact that Twin Cities, they actually seems very individualistic when it comes down to all of their games and plays. They are pretty much stuck to their own lanes, like even in the bottom lane, and they have expected to see that, yes, that means that there might be a swap going on or something along those lines, but never mind, bottom lane and top lane first turret has already been destroyed, so not too much of a difference. So what I am surprised is Twin Cities, they are still sticking to their laning. They are not really unlocked or anything. They don't want to go too far whatsoever. The Lolita has been stuck in the top lane for the longest time ever, and the Fasa hasn't really been in too much fights too.
Yep, they have not, but right now they're being forced to group up and just try to defend as much as possible this bottom tier 2 turret. You can see Barry, now they're grouping up as well and trying to siege this in, but that's where it gets tough because Twin Cities, when they are grouped up is when it gets harder for Barry. You have, you know, huge AoE bursts like the Feathered Airstrike, the Numenon Blast, for example, so Barry might be kind of forced into a tough spot.
Well, technically speaking, there are definitely still a lot of ways that Barry can find a way to win in these specific team fights. One thing that they're gonna have to be really careful about is the fact that we are looking at a Barats, we are looking at a Martyrs. They do have very good crowd control abilities. As such, Diggy is going to take some good precedence in most of these fights. As long as the Martyrs is no longer available, it is very easy for the Fanny to eventually just snipe in onto the Fasa, with Fasa being one of the most vulnerable players in the side of Twin Cities, as he's going to be the one that deals the most amount of damage, deny as much area as possible, and I believe that at this point in time, 9 minutes into the game, Fasa is the most important player in the team, and I believe there is a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, and that being said though, right, Farsa's Wings by Wings has also been nerfed. The cooldown has increased significantly, so you have to know exactly when you want to pop that. In the meantime, again, Tochilong goes down. He's been going down the first in a lot of these team fights, and I think that plays to also his aggressive style a little bit. You can see him early on, we talked about that level 4 and level 5 greed in lane, but right now he cannot afford to do the same.
Unfortunately, I think that this is kind of like misplaced aggression coming in from Twin Cities, or rather from Tochilong. He doesn't really have a very good idea about how he can how much damage he's actually able to dish out, especially since they are looking at close to about 8,000 gold deficit. He went in with a flicker against Maxi. It seems as though he is very confident that he was able to bring the Leslie down, but albeit only managed to bring Maxi to half HP. So there must be something that is like really completely wrong for Tochilong.
Oh, User goes in and just bursts down 2 members of Twin Cities. Now TJX forced to flicker out User, still going with those cables. So all this time they have managed to siege down Twin Cities to their inhibitor turret. So it's really not looking good for them as they stand on the last defenses.
I would say Tochilong probably doesn't really have a very good comfort in playing as a Martyrs. That is what I would believe, at least. But for now, the rest of the team from the side of Barry will eventually eviscerate one members after another from the side of Twin Cities and constantly putting them on a cycle of respawn.
I think the decision making as well, right, from Twin Cities. We saw, okay, earlier on in the bottom lane at Lord Siege, Mami Poco Pants was also trying to take seemed like a duel against Maxi, lost that one, and earlier on we just saw TJX trying to go up against 3 with the Numenor Blast, but even if you land that ultimate, what's gonna happen next? So I would rather have had him save that ultimate for the next, you know, siege potentially, or a team fight that they could take.
There's, I believe, Twin Cities is pretty much kept against, kept their backs against the wall. They don't really know what to do, and they are still relatively greedy in wanting to get themselves back into the game. As such, it really puts them into a kind of like a blindsided, tunnel visioning situations, right? They believe that there is still a way that they can win over in the later stages of the game, but that means that they need farm, and in order for them to farm, they have to push the lanes a little bit further away, which is exactly what we saw from Tochilong as well as from the side of Mami Poco Pants.
Oh, they're trying to do that, but they can't even get out at this moment. Look at Fanny going in all the way, bursts down Original, already 2 down on the side of Twin Cities, and now they're just going all the way on this bottom inhibitor turret. Not going to be able to take it down just yet, but the Lord has spawned, so Barry does have the option to take that objective after this mid inhibitor.
It is a 2-for-none trade as Barry moves themselves onto the Barrage, and they are trying to get themselves, or rather get the entire team from the side of Twin Cities taken down in one fell swoop. And indeed, they managed to. And Mami Poker Pants came right out only to be completely decapitated.
Decapitated, that is right. You know, they didn't even have a chance to come back into this one at all. So I think the strategy on the side of Barry really played out well. We talked about how they're a single target, but they played that to precision, right? Taking out targets and eventually managing to convert those into objectives. And the moment Twin Cities overstepped, you know, user on the fanny was there to just take that person out.
I think that it really boils down to each of these teams' decision making as well as their place in different parts of the game, right? In the right back in the early stages, maybe past 3 minutes in, Fanny is already starting to look for team fights, or rather starting to look for ganks in the gold lane. But unfortunately for the side of Twin Cities, they didn't really quite look so much into that, right? They're trying to get Barats a little bit of that tempo, trying to build a bit of the tempo, but whilst building all that tempo, right, they have a Lolita that is anchored into the top lane. It's not quite enough, and they needed the help of Fasa. They also needed the help of Barats. But it kind of seems as though, correct me if I'm wrong, but Fasa seems to have tunnel vision in the middle lane, despite being a Fasa which can clear waves really fast, with Wings by Wings enabling her to, you know, relocate from one place to another. This will give the Fasa a lot of, or rather this will give Leslie as well as Lolita a lot of backup and options coming in from the middle lane, which kind of seems absent for that game, at least from 3 minutes until maybe about 7-8 minutes.
They were really responding to the pace that Barry said, right? It seems like across all the lanes, gold lane they had to play defensive, so the babysitting was like 90-100% maybe even. But the rest of the lanes were also losing, kind of. So it was as if, you know, Twin Cities really didn't have that much space to breathe at all across, and it was just a slow burn across. You could see them losing map control, losing lives right from the beginning till the end of the game.
Maybe this is kind of like a moment for Twin Cities where it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of moment, right? Because they know that Carry is going to have a really tough time in the gold lane. As such, they need the Lolita to go over to the gold lane to really kind of babysit. But with the lack of a roamer around the map, that pretty much means that Fasa doesn't have a very clear-cut way to make her way up to the northern side to help out, because there's no map control, there is no vision. How does Fasa eventually make her way over to the top lane without being caught out at all? So perhaps that is kind of the moment whereby they don't know what to do. It's either to keep Lolita in the top lane or to let Lolita open up the map. Both ways, they can see only disadvantages.
Yeah, I guess that was also what we saw. You know, I felt like towards the end, it was a bit of desperation as well, right? You could see them trying to make some plays, trying to just get out of the base to get some farm. But even then, it was, like you said, damned if you do, damned if you don't. They really just had to turtle up, and it was like, it was kind of hard to watch, honestly, towards the end. Tough to see them not being able to make a comeback, especially with a draft that maybe if they had enough farm, they could have come back with, because Carry, we know, is very strong in the late game as well.
Yeah. There is one other play that I would recommend for Twin Cities. I mean, this is just how I see. Maybe wrong. Might be right. So at least when it comes down to the duel between Fredrin as well as Martis, Martis does have superior repositioning and tactics, and Martis can definitely cut waves. If Fredrin is going to be there, well, you should be able to get away from Fredrin pretty well. The main thing that the opponents, Barry, want to do is to hold the Martis in the lane for as long as possible so that Fredrin would not lose. And Fredrin is kind of built that way, right? You can stay in the lane for as long as you can. You don't exactly win everyone. You don't exactly lose everyone. So they just need the bottom lane completely anchored. And the moment that Martis actually do something a little bit different, such as proxying the lane, cutting the waves, he will be able to provide a lot more mobility and vision in the middle lane and the top lane. That way, perhaps the rotations would be a lot more different than we have saw just now.
You had to have some kind of advantage across the map, right? Because you clearly already lost the top gold lane. So leveraging the Martis and trying to get that lane priority or advantage would definitely have helped. I think overall, the other thing that I thought was just a bit made it tougher was that they didn't have anyone to lock down the fanny, right? So you could see user just cabling as he wanted to all over the map into like 4 members and still made it out. Or he could also gank like he did and take 2 kills. So yeah, I think the ability to lock down that fanny despite losing lanes and also just letting that jungle free roam across was really, you know, something that set Twin Cities back a lot.
Now, of course, that is the best of 1 game, and unfortunately, that means that Twin Cities will be knocked out for this game, which is really unfortunate. But don't worry, we will still have a lot more games to go. Remember, all of these are best of 1s, 1 game down, or rather 1 series down. We still have 8 more series to go. It's gonna be a relatively long day, unless the games become, you know, one-sided, which is definitely not something that I would want to see.
It will probably get more intense, right? You
I
know,
hope
as you
so.
knock people
You kind of
out,
like filter out.
We want to keep the best of the teams at the end of the day.
I don't know how that's gonna be, but we're gonna go for a short little break, and once we are back, we'll be able to see more MLBB action.
give up, kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni, ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye Pekan Sleepy. Aku akan... Gon, apa yang Gon? Part tu, aku masih dekat Pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Sebab tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam ke?
Ni. Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan. Let's go! Right. Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah, ai!
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat-dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax. Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy. Apa korang tidur
It just means that korang semua kena tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni mugi juga Biasalah, yang ni special.
What is it now?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers. Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Mantap! Lorang memang mantap! Tahu tak?
Tour bus and we're going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right, on this bus you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. Especially nice guys.
Vader.
Your team destroyed a turret.
It's trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you. So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to strut. To self-care. Or not care. Dare to turn up. And unwind. And try. Again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? You're right. Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Welcome back to the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge, brought to you by M1 Game GG as well as Element X. I'm Scrubby. Here with me is Abstract, and we are into game number 2, series number 2 of today's matches. This is going to be between Miracle Gaming SG and Hooligans.
Miracle Gaming or Miracle?
Well, you never know.
You never know.
Maybe Miracle has a stake in it.
We never know. Maybe Miracle is named after Miracle, but you know.
If you say it fast enough,
Miracle.
it does sound like Miracle.
Right.
Like Miracle. Like
Miracle. Someone clip this and send
Yeah,
it over
clip
to
this
Miracle.
and send it
Using his name for our content. But anyways, welcome everyone. I hope that you guys have had a great afternoon so far. Or
morning
good
by
morning.
gamers time.
Yeah, morning for gamers time. For those people that just woke up, good morning. I hope that you guys have had your breakfast. You know what they say? The first meal of the day is always breakfast, even if it's at 6 p.m.
Do they say that? Is that what they say?
Or maybe it's something that
Maybe
only I
just for
say. You know, it's the first meal of the day. It doesn't quantify if whether it's called a breakfast or a dinner or a dinner or a breakfast.
No, that's not gonna stick.
No.
That's not gonna stick. How about supper? How do you combine breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper? Do that in one word.
In one word?
Yeah.
Food. Hey, you want to have food?
I'll give it to you.
It's not wrong. It's not right either. But hi to everyone. Anyways, yes, this is the Asia Esports Festival. What you guys are going to be looking at today is going to be some MLBB action, all of which are going to be a best of one series. And the first series that we have seen today have just been concluded. Yes, it is a very punishing bracket, but hey, this pretty much means that all stakes are on the table. You know that you gotta have to perform right here and right now. No holding back, no reserving of your techniques, tactics, and strategies. You gotta throw them all out right now and pull out the ace in your sleeves.
Yep, exactly. And this is a cross-border challenge, which means only the best teams are gonna make it to be able to duke it out across the border.
Now, we do have Singapore as well as Malaysia that's going to be part of it, and we are very interested to find out who is going to be the team that will represent Singapore to duke it out against the Malaysians. And of course, you guys know how it works. MPL-MY has been going on for the longest time ever. They have had the esports scene for the longest time ever, and they have a lot of very strong teams over there as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised that even for their community teams, or perhaps even teams that are not exactly in MPL, even they themselves are going to be really good. But the question is always there, where we reckon who is going to be really the stronger one. So some bragging rights, I gotta have to say. Take that, Gideon!
Yes. If we win it, don't be too quick.
I have
to
faith.
win it first.
I have the faith in my fellow Singaporeans.
That's true. We also have, great internet speeds brought about by telco providers like M1. So I think that's a huge part of gaming as well, and things that make online gaming possible. So again, huge shout out to our sponsors and partners for making this possible. But like you said, it's going to be an intense day because it's the best of one. You really have to put everything out. And that being said, we're looking at some similar heroes come out now and again. I think with this current meta, things like Martis, things like Leo Mod. Any thoughts on how like what we're gonna see these games? Do you think we're gonna see like pocket picks come out today?
Pocket picks. I think that there definitely is going to be some probability in all of that, but when it comes down to the junglers, I would not expect to see anything too out of the norms, right? When it comes down to EXP laners, roamers, as well as mages, it's very possible to see some of these pocket picks coming out. We could see a Benedetta coming out, and of course...
Your favorite.
Yes, of course, my favorite. It's first thing in my mind. Benedetta is not exactly like super meta, super high tier, that kind of stuff, but Benedetta is always the best and a very good fallout option for any of these players that are really good in these specific heroes. I would love to say Alice. But Alice did have some kind of rework going on. Back then when I tried Alice, yeah, she's completely unplayable. Based on the meta and based on how the game goes, the general game just doesn't allow Alice to just stay in the lane for that long and just wait things out. Because the EXP leaders definitely would want to help out in the very first turtle.
Yep.
But Alice can't do that. Not at all. You go in, you pop your blood, you pop your flowing blood. Just for 1 or 2 seconds, you're ran out of mana.
And I think that's what they've been trying to do, right? They've been trying to buff up that mana pool as well for her through the early and late games as well. But I don't know, like somehow I haven't really seen her come up as much still. So maybe still unplayable like you said. But across a number of patches, she's been like trying to get buffed.
Yeah. So when it first kind of like, when I first started to pick her up, she was still very much playable. She's very fun to play with. Just kind of hold out in your lane for a little while longer. Let your teammates gotta have to know that, you know, their main 4 or main 3 core that just kind of roams around, they need to be hyper aggressive. They need to be able to, you know, kind of withstand a team fight all by themselves without the help of an Alice. You know, 3v4, they gotta have to do that. Otherwise, go for a composition that doesn't fight for turtles at all. You just go for your own base route, you just play at your own pace, don't be dictated by the opponents. It's gonna be tough, as you see from the first series. You gotta have to, you know, play defensive for most of the time, and only at one point in time, you start to get a power spike and you turn things around. Well, these are all the complications when it comes down to drafting different heroes and how you want your team concept to be like. And unfortunately, I'm not that good enough to tell you like how the concept is supposed to be whenever you draft an Alice in. If whether you're supposed to look for main 3s that are super aggressive and knows how to fight for turtles, or just play defensive all the way and hope that you don't die and give the opponent leads, those kind of stuff.
I mean, the main principle of the game, right? Don't die. Don't give your opponent the advantage.
Yeah,
But
can't lose if you don't die.
Can you? Is that true though?
Actually, not exactly.
Is that if
Yeah,
you
I mean,
lose
if you
your towers, you still lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't die... okay, so let's say, if you don't die for the entirety of the game, you can still lose because you can just camp in the the fountain / the base / home and just don't go out at all, which constitutes as AFK, and you can still lose the game.
Yeah, you would still lose the game because they're gonna take all your turrets.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work, right?
Let's think of another thing.
If you are that good when you fight and nobody dies in every single fight or skirmish,
then yes.
that's very hard to achieve.
Very hard to achieve.
Yes.
But there's another way that we can put it. Can't lose if your tower stays up.
Yes. Yes.
Where are we going to?
Master abstract. For your
Wisdom, guys! How to lose if you protect all your turrets is objective gaming.
Yes.
It's not rocket science, guys. Just don't lose turrets.
If you will never lose a game if you don't lose your turret.
Exactly. You guys, it's not rocket science, man. It's just protect your turret and you win the game.
Well, we'll see if they can do that, you know, in the coming games. We're only at
That's
game
not
number
Macaster.
2 today. Was that?
What?
Yeah, we're only at game number 2, right? So there's a lot of other games that we are expecting to see today. And Now, these are like teams who are from the community as well.
Mm-hmm.
And, I always say that it's so amazing to see community teams, some maybe semi-pro players playing as well, and using this as a platform to have fun and also to practice, because you never know. And I think when you start seeing familiar names, you know that the scene is really growing as a whole as well.
Mm-hmm. And of course, a lot more participation from the community members, because I've been doing this for quite some time, and there are definitely a lot of familiar names that's popping by every now and then, even for students, secondary school students, tertiary students, or perhaps even working adults. I've seen them all, I've known some of them, and of course their names just keep popping out. They just have a lot of passion for Mobile Legends esports, and they're just trying to grind it all the way and hoping to be the very best, like no one ever was.
References. Hashtag references.
Smooth, huh?
Smooth.
Yeah, it's like it's flowed in super seamlessly. But back to the topic about the heroes, right? I would love to see completely like heroes that we really just don't see that much. What
Pick
is that one?
Pick one.
Okay, yeah. Actually, I was hoping to have you pick one, but sure, I'll pick one.
I'm still thinking.
I'm still thinking as well. Okay, in the realm of EXP lanes, all right, we haven't seen the resurgence of Khalid for the longest time ever. And Khalid actually is not too bad of a hero. Let me just put it this way, right? When it comes down to his second skill, right? Quicksand something, I can't remember.
Just the sand under his feet.
Just the sand, just sand under his feet. The second skill is the one that sand. He is absorbing sand. Let's just put it that way. Right, he heals, right? So there is that aspect in the lane whereby it allows you to be very sticky in the lane. Yeah, very sustainable. So that is one check mark that's done, right? When it comes down to damage, well, your tornado definitely allows you to deal a good amount of damage, and of course you still have chasing capabilities, because every single spin you'll be able to move as well. So that is not bad as well. If you are going to be picking up yourself with a high and dry, let me just tell you that the damage is going to be pretty darn good as well. The passive has recently been improved in the latest patch. As such, it gives increased movement speed as well. So from that point onwards, she, at least for Khalid, once you are done clearing the lanes, once you are done destroying the first tier defense turret, you can actually rotate pretty darn fast as well. So I'm just hoping for one team, with just one team, to experiment with Khalid, show it in the game, and show people that, you know what, Khalid is viable.
That's true. That's true. I mean, with the recent buffs as well, the movement speed giving you that ability to rotate a little more, and slight like CCs as well. I think one of the skills now you can kind of pull in, right? So maybe I would pick Florin.
Florin is a very interesting concept.
Yes.
It's a very interesting concept. We've seen them in ranked games and such, but not really in the competitive scene. And technically speaking, Florin is also a very good hero. It's kind of like a niche pocket pick. If you would want to pick up heroes that have a lot of regeneration involved, anything that involves healing. So unfortunately, you can't put a Florin and an Estes together. But maybe you can put Florin with Esmeralda. Speaking about Esmeralda. But any heroes that relies on health regen, like maybe Uranus even, Florin is going to be a really good deal, because you would not be affected by properties such as Dominance Eyes and NOD, or perhaps even the Sea Halberd when the Florin pops her ultimate.
Yeah, so, but I guess it's quite specific in certain circumstances, right? So maybe we'll see one of these two heroes pop up, but in the meantime, the teams are trying to fix a technical issue on their end. So we're going to give them a bit of time and go for a break. Don't go away. We'll be right back once these are resolved.
this begin?
Hello, the internet. I'm Phil Gornell. I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre. I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Set more beat for you, lying girl. It beats for two. And I've got your love. When I've got the fighting.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in, and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peaking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peak out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA, and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here, when I PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little lace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is, you know, what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Alan and Heath.
Okay, Mr. Switch. Let's do this.
King of scratch. King of scratch. King of scratch. Scratch and mixology. King of scratch and King of scratch and mixology. Took him a beatbox, play what for me? Took him a beatbox. Beatbox. Play what for me? Beatbox, play what for me? Beatbox, play what for me?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asia Esports Festival. And here we are again. I believe the two teams are ready, so we will be jumping into game number 2. The drafts, picks and bans phases really soon. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and I just want to make the loop smaller.
You gotta make like a sound effect to go with it.
Oh, that actually came in time with the transition.
Perfect.
Perfect timing. Totally part of the plan.
Calculated.
All
calculated.
calculated, guys. Oracle.
We know the transitions down to the T.
That means I have to keep doing it there, isn't it?
Yes, every single time you go like, what was it?
Something.
I don't know what you did.
Yeah, I can't remember what I did. I have a really bad memory.
Oh, you can come up with new sound effects for every transition. Why not?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I'll be expecting that you'll do it too.
Not just.
Yes.
We're gonna look at mix and band. So we have Selena and Atlas actually that's taken out in this first phase together with Fanny. Very interesting. So Joy is still up potentially, and a lot of other heroes. Carmilla is banned out as the last ban. Wow.
So Joy, Martis, Leomod, they're all available. Kaja is available as well, yes. Let's not forget about that. Gushan is currently available as well. And most of these heroes that we have mentioned, they can definitely go over to the jungle, but some of them can, kind of flex over to the other lanes. And of course, Valentina, let's not completely forget about that. We can actually expect to see a Valentina pick as well. No Alloy.
Well,
wow.
we have. I think we did see a Layla before in one of those community tournaments, and they actually did win. So, yes.
Okay.
Confidence,
yeah.
Confidence.
It's not about the hero, but it's about the player skills.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what everyone.
You can play with anything you want.
Yeah,
even
that's
Cyclops.
I'm gonna spam my emote right now. I made a special emote for my stream, and everyone, any of my subscribers can use it.
A
so
Cyclops?
Yeah, it's a Cyclops with a red border and then a cross down.
Oh my goodness.
And then there's a text that says useless.
Wow. So it's not useless, right? Alright, so it's going to be Valentina, Fredrin, as well as Lolita picked up on the other side. Esmeralda, Nana, and Wan. What's going on here? What is going on here?
A very interesting pick, if I gotta have to say, right? Because at this point in time, we know the very fact that Esmeralda is not exactly the best hero in the EXP lane anymore. Her ability to absorb shields has been, well, for lack of better words, gone.
Yes.
Yeah,
Nerfed to the ground.
Yeah, she's just absolutely useless now. I mean, it's just not useless, but she's not exactly doing what her kit is supposed to be, right? Esmeralda is made to counter against shields, but why does it even matter for you to give the opponents shields and you slowly absorb them, but you can't even absorb them fast enough, which means that your teammates will then have to hit the shields that you gave.
You're always trying to go on this like inception rounds with any sort of
because in order to fool everyone, you gotta confuse them first.
Well, usually, I think Esmeralda as a kind of like mage EXP laner does work against Fredrin, but I don't know with the recent nerf whether that will still play out. Maybe it's a real comfort pick that will work out. You never know. So we'll see. In the meantime, it is going to be Gushan locked in together with hovering over a few. There you go, Kufra as the roamer.
Now, the final pick is going to be a jungler, at least for the right team. And like I said before, the Martis, the Gushan, okay, now my Gushan is picked. The Martis and the Leomord is currently available. If they do want to pick the Amon, it's fine as well. I'm not dismissing that. Amon is still a very strong and solid pick, but to me, yes, there are definitely a lot more heroes and other heroes that have a different kind of playstyle and how they will want to go with that. I would believe that Zidane is actually more of comfort. You kind of feels that it's comforting to play more of an Amon, or maybe you just want to flex a little bit.
Maybe you just want to pit him against his brother.
Right? Yeah. It's just kind of like a short little
you
flex.
got shards, I got shards too. I got endless shards.
Cushion is swords though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, swords. Like piercing stuff.
Piercing stuff, yeah? Piercing
sharp
damage, right?
objects, yes.
But perhaps you should start playing a little bit more D&D to identify what is slashing, what's piercing, and what's bludgeoning.
All right. No, we'll note it down.
Yeah.
D&D.
Yeah,
but
you want to join my campaign?
What? Demon does have a lot of burst damage though. So
yes, they do have quite a lot.
Yeah, to pit that against a Gushin, I guess it's really going head to head in terms of the jungle. So we'll see how that plays out. I think the game is ready for us, so we're going to be heading right into that pretty soon. How are you looking at these two compositions?
Well, I think that both of these teams is pretty much on a quote-unquote stalemate. I don't really like the Esmeralda pick, especially fighting against a Fredrin. It's pretty fair to say that Fredrin doesn't win everyone and doesn't lose everyone, like I said before. So I don't believe that EXP lanes is going to have much of a commotion. But because of the fact that Miracle does have a Valentina as well as a Amon, I would say that their composition going onto the top lane would be pretty darn strong. And let's not forget about the stun capabilities coming in from the side of Lolita, and as well as a very strong shield that allows him to soak up a lot of those damage from the crossbow attack. So Miracle does have a lineup that is slightly better as compared to Hooligans. There is some sort of counters that we are looking for.
Yeah, but Miracle, I think they are also trying not to, lose out. Two men going to rotate up top now to create space for Aloy. There you go, Levi being pressured down, but jumps in the middle of two of the members, just soaking up this damage now, and we'll see if he manages to make it out. Arisu on the chase here. Will he get away from the brushes, or will the backup reach in time? It will, and instead, it's going to be Arisu down as first blood. Clutch rotations coming in from Hooligans there.
Completely outplayed by a single 1-1. It's not gonna look good, it's not gonna sound good if you send two person from the middle lane up to the northern side to try to kill a single 1-1. Except that you don't kill her, plus you lose one person. So there's definitely no value in that. You lost too much in the middle lane, you lost way too much in that entire engagement itself.
Yep, and right now they're going to lose a bit of pressure as well. Although Michaela is going to start leashing this, they might want to contest it, but will they be able to? Now, we talked about the aggression earlier. In the previous game, we saw too much. Here we go. Gushin is on the chase. The taunt comes in to save him, though. Will he be able to make it out? 1 kill, 2 down on the side of Hooligans. Numenor Blast lands as well to make it 3, but the passive comes in, not going to save him. 3 on the side of Hooligans. All for that turtle.
Esmeralda is a little bit late to the party, and unfortunately, and only once 3 persons went down, then Esmeralda came in. So it's not just late to the party, but a little bit mistimed, if you ask me. And Hooligans was really trying to go for the turtle, but kind of misplaced some of that confidence and not knowing what is the main priorities. They really wanted to get a kill down on onto Arisu, and Arisu did have the Molina Blitz onto herself too, which makes things a lot harder because of all the zone denials that this Valentina is capable of dishing out. All in all, Miracle getting that 3 kills from that turtle fight ultimately resets the team from that mistake that they made in the top lane.
I mean, we saw these types of aggression earlier on in game number 1, right? Hold on there, one Numenor Blast will land on Hooligans, and No Name is in some trouble here. Will fall and be put in a coffin by Miracle, but they want to counter this aggression.
Oh, what?
Won't be able to get that last hit onto Arisu instead. It's going to be Raf that is taken down. So 2 again on the side of Hooligans. Oh! That burst, that's the burst that we were talking about.
Unfortunately, when it comes down to Hooligans, we are looking at some flashes and glimpses of, well, skill disparity, I gotta have to say. When it comes down to Michaela, there are definitely a lot of moments where he could have gotten kills, but unfortunately just gets completely outplayed by Miracle's movements. You know, when Michaela wants to go for a burst, he waits a little bit too long to go for the subsequent dash.
Miracle. The stun comes through once again, and No Name is caught out. Will not be able to make it out of this fight once more. Levi's in trouble, has to back out. Miracle is going to press on their advantage on this top side and zone Raph completely out of position. Michaela gets caught up as well, and Raph with the burst damage. Arisu tries to land the final blows on him, but will have to pull out of this fight at this point.
A couple of very questionable decision making, I gotta have to say, coming from the side of the Gusion. But hey, sometimes you gotta have to focus on what's right in front of you. But speaking of focusing right in front of you, Levi Satoru decided to go straight in and continue with the crossbow of Tang. Even though that she did manage to pop the enemy's weak points, she doesn't have the amount of damage capable of dishing out enough to bring down the leftovers. So unfortunately, it's just a 1-1 just jumping in and losing his own life. And it's kind of like a vicious cycle coming from Hooligans. They're trying to help one another in situations which is very untimely. The best case scenario right now is for them to go a full-on reset and take a proper fight if they really want to.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing that, right? Just going in one by one, getting caught out, and that has been kind of the downfall of Hooligans so far, dropping 11 kills to the advantage of Miracle, and on top of that, they get this next hurdle as well. Michaela, what are you doing there? The Endless Shards will end his life. The knockout comes through to try to save him, but No Name, again, is going to get caught out. They're trying to fight back here, Hooligans, but it's just going to be a manslaughter on the side of Miracle. 4 kills to their favor, and with that, it's a complete wipeout together with this mid-tier 2 turret.
For lack of better words, Hooligans doesn't really have a very good idea of what they are doing in a situation where they are completely losing.
No.
Because they are still trying their very hard to be hyper-aggressive, even though they are more than 10,000 gold behind. They gotta have to know when they start turtling, when they start to not engage against the enemies. Yes, it may be very enticing to see the opponent's tank at half HP, but is that really gonna be that much of a difference if you throw 2-person over to kill a tank, and in the end of the day you don't even know whether you are able to do that or not? It's better for you to start playing a lot more safe from this point onwards and really understand if whether you can do those feats that you wanted to.
Again, Michaela jumps in. This time they do get me as consolation prize, but Aloy is there to close up the kills here. 2 down, 3 down on the side of Hooligans, and Miracle is just steamrolling them all over the board now. This mid-bottom inhibitor is gonna go down as well. Hooligans, like you said, again and again and again, just throwing bodies at the side of Miracle, but all for naught.
Unfortunately, it is 2:21, and with the massive 13,000 gold deficit, Hooligans have got no answer to what the opponent is doing at all, and yet they are still trying to throw bodies right over to the side of Miracle. It's relatively fair and safe to say that Hooligans just really doesn't give much of a damn about this game anymore, because they know that, you know, this game is, well, unredeemable. So they might as well just do whatever they can and just kind of like turn off their brains a little bit, because it kind of seems as though it's like that.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. I mean, look, Michaela just explodes immediately and gets deleted off the map. Here comes Kinjal again, trying to make something happen. But again, I always blink and they just disappear off of the map. Look at the damage coming through. Me gets the last hit on him as well. The minions are coming in, streaming in, and they go straight for the core. Miracle, they want to end this, but a few more hits will do the trick. Miracle closes up that game. That was pretty quick and pretty brutal.
It's a very convincing game in the hands of Miracle. It kind of seems as though Hooligans played right into their palms, and there wasn't really much. And this is a very clean 8-minute game, right? Right smack on 8 minutes, and they ended the game. Miracle, they knew what they wanted, even though they had a little bit of a shortcoming at their very first team fight, or rather their very first gank against Levi Satoru. But ultimately, they still managed to redeem themselves in the subsequent turtle fight, and then they started to get a little bit of a snowball from this point onwards, and they just kind of ran it away, killing over and over again. At this point, at that post the first turtle, right, maybe about 3 minutes, 4 minutes in, it's not exactly the fact that Miracle did very well in their team fights or did very well in their gangs. It's unfortunately just really more on Hooligans that they started throwing their bodies very early in. They missed out crucial opportunities, especially when it comes down to Gusion. Gusion does have a good amount of damage at that point in time. Definitely not a solo hero just yet, but you can definitely bring down straggling heroes. But he has missed out a lot of those combos. He couldn't finish them off because he can only land the first 2 Shadowblade Slaughter. But anything after that, recalling the Shadowblade Slaughter, it just never ever connected onto anyone. Number 1 is either because of the opponent made a dash. Number 2, maybe his Shadowblade Slaughter came back a little bit too early and he didn't accommodate for the fact that the opponent does have a flicker or a dash. So a little bit of that mechanics change that he gotta have to work around with, how he should want to play as a Gusion, and you gotta have to think further ahead. Do you want to instantaneously burst them by calling your Shadowblade Slaughter earlier? If you want to do that, you have to ensure that the opponent doesn't have any means to run away from it.
And I think also looking at the game as a whole, right? When you're playing from behind as a Gusion, you need to be snowballing, right? And if you're not snowballing, then you need to get some farm. But if you're Gusion trying to go in 1v4 and pulling, even if you pull off the perfect Shadowblade Slaughter, it's still not going to work because someone's going to burst you down, especially with an Amon on the opponent's team. So I think in general, like you said, just throwing, but it was great for a time. In the beginning, we saw Levi with that, awesome workaround and just outclassing Miracle Gaming. But really quickly, Miracle Gaming was just like, okay, we're gonna settle down and start to play this right, and they did. And I think Hooligans was the one that kind of lost their steam and lost patience a little bit. So unfortunately, again, it's a best of 1, so they don't have the chance to come back in this tournament anymore. It's going to be Miracle Gaming that moves on to the next phases.
And now we're just going to be prepping the battlefield, clean up the spaces with all of the blood that has been shed in the... A lot of blood. Let's be honest there. But, good thing is, we only have to clean the one corner.
That's true. So that was a little bit, just splatters of blood on the other side.
Yeah, splatters of blood a little bit here and there. But yeah, we're just going to clean out the battlefield a little bit, and then we're going to get the next team to prepare themselves for their own showdown. So from now until the next game, we're going to go for a short little break, and once we are back, more intense action, and hope that it's not a mini game.
lagi, Bab. Kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni. Ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye, Pekan Sleepy. Aku akan... Gon, apa yang Gon? Pak tu, aku masih dekat Pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak, owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Sebab tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam ke? Ni.
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan. Let's go!
Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah, ai!
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat-dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang Pekan ni semua sleepy.
Bangun!
Apa korang tidur
Bos!
It just means that korang semua dah nak tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni mugi juga Biasalah, yang ni special.
What is that?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers. Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main. Mantap! Lorang memang mantap! Tahu tak?
Going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right, on this bus, you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So, before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. It's actually nice, guys.
Vader.
trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you. So many amazing talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge brought to you by M1 Game GG and Element X. I'm Scrubby. Here with me is Abstract, and he has a very curious expression on his face.
I'm just thinking how all these teams come up with their names. Barry breakfast is ready. What's the other one?
So one of them has to be Barry, right?
One of them have to be Barry.
He has to be.
Or maybe they're just memeing another guy called Barry that's not playing the game.
Or doesn't like to cook breakfast.
Or they just...
Or maybe someone else on the team is breakfast.
Barry breakfast.
Metaverse. Unfortunately, the event is not live and we don't get to ask the players that on site. Otherwise, we could conduct a player interview.
Yeah, it would have been fun. It really would have been fun. Like, who's Barry?
And why
Who's
breakfast?
Why is breakfast?
Who is breakfast?
Why is breakfast?
Breakfast is ready. Who's breakfast?
Who's breakfast? How do you want better? Why is breakfast?
Oh, interestingly, in this game number 3,
Uh-huh.
they're both doing a play on some sort of cooking things. I think the other team is called You Know What's Cooking. So, how would you...
That sounds
You know what's cooking? Barry, breakfast is ready.
Is that the Rock thing? You know what's cooking? Right? It's the Rock WWE things, right? I mean, I don't really watch WWE or WWF or anything that's on that, but it kind of sounds like it's a
Rock
the Rock
reference?
Yeah, the Rock thing.
I clearly do not watch wrestling matches.
Yeah, I don't watch wrestling matches.
Maybe Barry's a wrestler. You know.
The only thing that comes to my mind when we are talking about Barry is Barry Allen.
There's the only Barry you know in this whole world.
Actually, I only know 2 Barrys in this world.
You only know 2?
Yeah.
I know a lot. Blueberry, blackberries. A moment of silence, everybody, for bad jokes today. That's
you know the classic walkout set thing by Abstract. But yeah, okay, we'll put that all aside and welcome all of you guys once again back to Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. It's a very it's quite a mouthful, but hey, we managed to do it. My name is Abstract, which with me here is Scrubby Chicks, and we have concluded the 2nd game of the series, and we are going to be looking at the 3rd game of the series. The previous game was very interesting, where the game actually ended in 8 minutes. Flat. Hooligans, unfortunately, I'm not too sure whether they went into the game with a mindset of, you know, not giving too much of a damn, or maybe they're just really trying to have fun.
Yeah.
In the end of the day, playing MLBB is all about fun.
That's true.
But, you know, it's not fun to lose at the same time. So you would want to win.
Yes. Wisdom by Abstract.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, come in to play a tournament with a mindset to win, but in the event that you do lose,
just have fun.
Just have fun.
Yes.
And know that there's no such thing as losing, it's only learning experiences.
Wow. I didn't see that coming, but yes, it is true though. To be honest, it is true, right? You learn from every game that you play, and when you start to play together as a team, hopefully these teams stay together as well, you know, and when you slowly play more and more, get more chemistry, get more synergy, then maybe you'll do better in future tournaments. And you know, it seems like there's been a good stream as well of community tournaments going around if you're in the scene, so you can always get more and more practice.
I would really love to see teams and players, you know, kind of stick with one another for a long period of time, just so that they will form better chemistry, really understand each other a lot more, and, you know, do everything together. To a certain extent, you know, because here's the thing, when it comes down to Singapore teams, Singapore organizations, you know, it's very common, even if it's community teams, that once you are done with an event, once you're finished with a project, whatever it is, and then if it didn't go well, disband. Play one event, disband, kind of thing, you know? So it's very unfortunate, in my opinion. It would have been great if we start to see teams that are a lot more, that they come in together a lot more frequent. There's not a lot of changes when it comes down to roster. And I can understand what you guys are thinking, right? Because maybe there are a couple of weaker links within the team. But this is where you're gonna have to think about it again, right? When it comes down to these weaker links, wouldn't it be better to work onto both chemistry and improving their mechanics at the same time, and you know, kind of nurture one another and really help improve one another? I think that would have been a lot better than to grab a new player, or rather another player who is stronger in mechanics, but you're gonna have to play with them a lot more again, just so that they get more experience of playing together in this very specific team.
What a wholesome way of thinking about it. What a wholesome way, you know, it's like forming a family almost of a gaming team that you start together. I think there are pros and cons though, right? When you switch players around, I think there is a sense of you get more experience playing with different people and different play styles as well. So maybe you can kind of heighten your level of adaptability to playing with different people. And of course, there is also a process of experimentation, right? If a team just doesn't work out together, I can't play with a certain player, then maybe it's it's best to just give it up, right?
That is right.
But I think you're right. There's also a certain level of we should try this out for a certain period of time, right? Because it's like relationships, you know, things don't always work out all the time. Sometimes you hit bumps in the road, sometimes there's some kinks to iron out, but once you get through them, then it becomes smoother, right? So yeah, I think if it's what you said, I think it'll be best to at least see some of these teams stick together for a period of time in some community tournaments, and you can start to recognize these players as a team. And then if it really doesn't work, then yeah, maybe switch things around.
Yeah, so ultimately, we just want to see more people, same familiar faces within the same team. That would have been great. And eventually, you know, maybe you'll be in the next Slate, or maybe you'll be in the next RG. I mean, let's be honest here. Slate and RG's roster almost never change.
Yeah.
Even if they do change, is have one sub to come in every now and then. That's pretty much all, right? They understand what is important in a team, and yes, all of them are very mechanically skilled, and all they gotta do is just play together a lot more.
Yeah.
Improve their communications, improving their chemistry together, so they don't really have to bother too much about the mechanics. And only if they look at the world stage, then yeah, they will probably realize, yeah, my mechanics not that good. Let us all nurture one another and improve together. You know, work on one thing at a time instead of two things at a time. If you get a new player, then you're gonna have to work on two things, which is pretty darn annoying if you ask me. So all in all, yeah, you guys get the message. Stick with your friends, stick with your team. Don't care whether you guys are doing badly or not. You guys will eventually learn how to be a better team.
Hashtag words of wisdom from Abstract. Abstract wisdom.
Yes. If only I can give better wisdom in my life.
It applies obviously. We're getting personal here.
We're getting very personal.
But yeah, I think the reason why there are these two powerhouses as well plays a little bit to that, right? Because when you worry about less things, you focus on the communication and the way that you play together. Naturally, you just get better as a team, right? So that sense of collaboration and being able to play with one another is definitely there. So yes, I think as a whole, it's just good to see that there are more players. Even if there are new names, that means that the scene, the ML scene as a whole locally is also growing. And I think that when we have more of these, that's what brings up, you know, esports and the gaming community in Singapore.
Now, now that we're kind of like talking about the different concepts of how people win games, you know, we've got teamwork, we've got mechanics. But one thing that a lot of people don't really consider a lot about is communication. Communication is super important, and as someone who talks a lot for a living, I actually don't talk a lot in my games. I actually dislike talking.
Because you tilt. You're the one that tilts and keeps quiet.
No, I just don't know what to say.
What do you mean? How do you not know what to say?
I just don't. I don't know why. Okay, I'm an EXP laner, okay? And it kind of works like a chicken and egg kind of thing. I know that I don't talk a lot in my games. As such, I would want to pick a role whereby I don't have to talk a lot, which is the EXP lane.
Okay, well, fair. Hopefully they don't do that in this next game that's coming
Yeah,
up, and
don't-
hopefully they're
don't be an
communicating back end.
Don't be an abstract.
Yeah, don't be an abstract. So we're gonna see these two teams. They are ready now. Picks and bans are up on the screen. Some familiar names there, actually. I believe I've seen Next Cutie, Bon Cutie as well play in several tournaments. So there you go. People playing together. Love seeing this. First ban is gonna be on Joy, followed up by a quick Fanny on the other side.
Training is a very familiar name as well. Like I know Bon Cutie, I believe that Next Cutie is I've also seen their names
Sunny,
before.
I think as well. Yeah.
Right? Very familiar, but I just can't put a finger on it.
They've probably played a number of tournaments as well.
Probably.
so
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that they weren't a same. Wait, Bon Cutie. Wait, Bong? Bong is cute. In a team, Bong is cute. I'm not too sure whether it's the
Sounds
same.
about right.
But then but that Bong is cute is in evil now.
Well, like we said, players shuffle around, you never know, it could be, and sometimes, you can change your IGN so much in the game. Honestly, I get really confused sometimes because people just keep changing them.
Yeah, why guys?
But right now, what's not going to change are the meta heroes that we're seeing on the board. It's going to be Kaja as well as Fredrin actually taken out in the first phase of the ban. First picks are going to be 1-1 as well as Leo Mode. Fasa. We haven't seen Leo Mod today, so this is a first.
That is great to see, right? Even when it comes down to Leo Mod, like I'm an EXP laner. I like to play Leo Mod in the EXP lane too. Suddenly people are starting to love playing Leo Mod in the jungle, and I can understand why. But for those people out there, and you play in EXP lane and you want to play Leo Mod, trust me on this. Try this for yourself. Use a Leo Mod with execute and high and dry.
Wow.
Trust me.
Really?
Yeah, really.
But we've seen him more in the jungle.
Yeah, you definitely see him a lot more in the jungle. But to a certain extent, Leomord can become a lane bully. Like, really a crazy lane bully if you actually go for those and you know how to play your Leomord very well. Once you reach level 4, you have a crazy burst amount of damage that's capable in your kit. All you gotta do is just summon Barbil, dash in front, and charge out your momentum. Once you are mounted on the Barbil, immediately tap your first ability that will give your Barbil's immediate stomp, plus the damage from momentum at the same time. So it's crazy burst.
And then press execute.
More or less, yeah. Maybe a couple of swings and a single dash from the Barbil and then press execute, you pretty much kill the opponent. And they don't really have a lot of time to respond.
Yeah, actually that sounds pretty painful.
It is very painful.
In the early game, right? And when you get that advantage in the EXP lane, then you translate it as well and help out your team. So I can see how that works. But this isn't going to be an EXP Leomord. They have locked in the Benedetta as well, so probably going to be that together with the Petrify. Dicky on the other side as the Roma. How is it shaping up?
It kind of seems as though they just, at least for our friends here at Barry, they just want to look at babysitting for their 1-1. So whatever they are looking out for is that they want to babysit and put a lot more resources onto the 1-1 in the early stages of the game, just so that the 1-1 will be a lot more self-sufficient into the mid and the late stages of the game. So from this point onwards, having a team that have a stronger time in the early stages of the game would be great. A jungler and a mage that can pop off in the early stages is what I would want to see. As such, having a Julian would be relatively nice, because reaching level 3 would be pretty darn fast. And when it comes down to having a jungler in the early stages of the game, Gusion would be great as well. Gusion is not banned. Oh wait, never mind. Gusion is banned. Jawhead is great, but it's also been taken away. Having an Akai here plus a Lunox is not exactly my cup of tea, but it still definitely works. It's just a different kind of playstyle for Barry, right? They have a babysitting composition in the sitting in the gold lane. They have a Lapu Lapu that can stand up and tall against a Benedetta. Clear waves pretty darn fast. Don't have to be too worried about being outpoked because he's got great poking potential as well. This will allow them to contest for the turtle pretty darn easily, especially since they do have an Akai that is able to go to heavy spin and really lock down the Leomord, and Leomord unable to contest for those turtles.
Yeah, hopefully it plays out like that. I think what's interesting also is that we saw Barry earlier on. User was on the Fanny, but that was the first ban that came out, so he couldn't play that again. So it's really a shift here from from Fanny to a utility style jungler like Akai. So I'm quite curious to see how that's going to play out because it's very different.
Yeah, it's a very different kind of playstyle. We used to see a very ganky style team play, but this team looks a lot more like team fight oriented plus objective oriented. Even if Team Barry were to head off to the later stages of the game, they do have a Lunox that is capable of bursting down the Lord, and they wouldn't be too afraid, or they wouldn't have too much problems dealing with that thick Lord by the late stages, which YKWC doesn't really have the kind of capabilities of doing so. Now, one thing that I do want to talk about is the Benedetta training. He currently picked up Petrify as his battle spell and a Festival of Blood. Not the best combination if you ask me, because whenever you're looking at a Benedetta with a Petrify, that just means that this Benedetta is going to be playing as a team fight oriented Benedetta. But picking up a Festival of Blood just means that he wants to be a little bit more rotated, be on more rotations, killing more and such, which is not something that a tank Benedetta is very good at.
But I think that maybe trying to shape up their composition towards that as well, right? As we speak, already 2 kills in favor of YKWC. You know what's cooking? Like the Jawhead with the Pull Yourself Together, that's going to be able to give a lot of cooldowns, cooldown reduction on the Flicker as well. So that can help maybe in some of these ganks, and could be advantageous if they're trying to play in that play style. Oh, the ejector onto Lady Karma, though next cutie gets caught out.
Wow.
Lady Karma going to secure 1 kill for himself.
A beautiful timed reverse time from the side of Stardust. That reverse time came in a few milliseconds until next cutie wanted to go for the flicker. As such, immediately cancelling out the flicker the next cutie did. And if you're wondering, what was that? You know, glitch in the matrix? Yeah, that is exactly what happened. Next cutie tried to flicker away, but it was almost at the same time when the reverse time was activated. As such, we're going to be moving down to the bottom lane's turtle spawn, where YKWC have managed to take the turtle for themselves, understandably so, because Barry does not have the time journey and heavy spin.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a big trade-off though, right? Using that just before the turtle fight has kind of proved to be a little disadvantageous for them, considering I guess they also have the Farsa on the side of, you know, what's cooking, so it made it a bit harder. Here we go, the Feathered Airstrike putting the damage onto Stardust, taking him down and forcing Lady Karma to back as well. So far, you know what's cooking, really getting the lead on this game.
So far, we haven't yet seen much engagement nor action going on in the gold lane, which is definitely something that I was expecting. Now, the other thing that I wasn't expecting is the fact that Training is actually playing a little bit more safe behind his turret and trying to counter against the Lapu Lapu's proxying, which is something that I don't see a lot as a Benedetta. A Benedetta would usually be the one that proxies the lane instead of a Lapu Lapu. So a little bit of difference in terms of playstyle for YKWC. It kind of seems as though Training has got some difference in the way that he plays his Benedetta, and looking at the items would probably give us a better idea as to what they are really trying to go for. In the meantime, bottom lane, Benedetta finds himself completely pinned down onto the wall thanks to the heavy spin from the side of Barry, and Lapu Lapu takes the kill for himself. Or no, never mind, it is the jungler that took the kill.
I mean, not just failing to be able to proxy the lanes right now. 1 kill down does put them at a disadvantage. A toss comes out on Bercutie as well. Trying to escape, jumps through the wall, but it's not going to be enough to preserve his life. Barry does take him down, so it's going to be equalized to a 3-3 across the scoreboard.
And eventually, we may be able to see a big team fight coming up from the side of Barry as they manage to get a couple of clicks down onto next cutie. And even the reverse time that connected right on top of him. A little bit of steal of the jungle, and I believe it seems as though User did manage to successfully take the purple buff away from the side of YKWC, while next cutie was kind of like intimidated and such. So all in all, Barry did manage to reset themselves and put themselves in a pretty good spot after taking the second turtle.
I like how they're also playing around you know what's cooking, right? Next Cutie has been pretty aggressive, going in and trying to toss and isolate someone from the side of Barry, but Barry does not really fall for that, and once they know that Next Cutie has used that and he's alone, then they actually took him down. So being able to play around those critical skill timers and playing as a team as well, Barry not letting you know what's cooking get the advantage, and now they're slowly closing up this gap that existed before that and even getting a lead. Heavy spin onto Bon Cutie, pinned down. Maxi takes credit. Here comes Cutie. 1v2 though. I don't think he will be able to get anything out of this. Has to just back out.
It is 1v2 after all. And the Leomon didn't have any reinforcements that is coming. Having a very good awareness that the Jawhead wasn't quite around to assist, and the fact that the Farsa doesn't have a feathered airstrike as well would pretty much mean that it is an immediate retreat from the Leomon. YKWC definitely knows what they want, and they are doing things very diligently as well. Albeit, yes, they are kind of losing a little bit, but eventually they will probably find a proper way to do things. As you can see, training, jumping himself right over to the back lines.
Goes all the way behind, but he has to back out himself. Will get put down by Lady Karma there, and User goes all the way in with the heavy spin. It's 3 down on the side of you know what's cooking, and User, he's in some trouble. Here's the time journey. Will it be able to save him? It will not. And Barry, they trade out 1 for 4. Looks super worth it together with this mid tier 1 turret.
And yet another purple buff stolen away by the hands of Barry. YKWC is now 2,000 gold away from Barry, and they have even lost the first tier defense turret in the middle lane and top lane. Barry would eventually be able to get a lot more control over the map, and to make matters worse, the turtle is popped up in the northern side. As such, YKWC literally have got no vision and no control over at that region of the map. So they are definitely wanting to give this away to Barry and let the turtle go completely uncontested.
I mean, you can see them also starting to roam around together. Next Cutie together with Bon Cutie, trying to get as much farm, conceal play, looking to make something happen. Feathered airstrike, gets Stardust, but he's gonna pop the ult here just to save himself. But I think this gives them the opportunity to siege down the mid turret. Next Cutie takes some damage. Suni will be able to stop him in his tracks for now. So they're just brawling it out a bit, trying to save their turrets here.
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu is being real annoying to the members of YKWC. Just kind of like proxying in between of the team fights and really just jumping over to the Leomon, just so that the Leomon wouldn't be able to do quite much against the Lunox. Especially since Lunox was and will be one of the most painful players in the team. But in the meantime, it kind of seems as though we're looking at a heavy spin just going to be popping right down to Bon Cutie, trying to get himself away from the Kai. But unfortunately, wasn't able to do quite much. While we move on to the top lane, 1v1 situation, which probably wouldn't be that fruitful.
Nice catch there, actually, onto Bon Cutie, and Suni was there and tried to help out, but it wasn't quite enough, and I think recognizing that and just backing away was probably the wiser idea. Now an injector onto Lady Karma, stunned out. The whole team actually collapses onto him, and he will be taken down. So it's gonna be Barry still taking the first hits onto this Lord here, and looks like they'll be giving it away free and easy.
YKWC is not going to be contesting for that, unfortunately. Even though YKWC's lineup is definitely capable of stealing the Lord and perhaps even trying to contest for it, but I think that they want to play things relatively safe. They know that they are currently 3,000 gold away, and they do not want to throw their bodies in and just kind of lose even more than they have already.
I think it's too much pressure, right? Because earlier on when the Lord was there, they didn't have any control over the top and the mid lane. The lanes were pushed up, so Barry had full control over that. You know what's cooking, didn't have any space to contest that at all. And now Barry, they're just going to continue making use of that. Jump in by User, the heavy spin, my goodness, soon he gets obliterated there. And now you know what's cooking, they're left on the back foot to try to defend as much as possible, but again, having to give up their jungle creeps.
Absolutely love that Barry is constantly giving giving YKWC a false sense of security, especially when it comes down to being underneath the turret. They will eventually still be able to find ways to lock down the enemies and of course to isolate one of the most important players from the side or rather onto their team. At this point in time, mages play a very important role in team fights, be it going to be Lady Karma onto the Lunox or Sunny that is playing onto the Fasa. With that all said and done, Barry do have a great amount of advantage and they also have got the Lord marching down to the bottom lane. Yes, it's going to be taken down, but they still have mega creeps. They will be marching in at every single direction.
Yeah, they're syncing up the lanes. You can see the bottom lane as well is pushing in. So Barry, they're not going to back off just yet. They probably want to try to make full use of this. The pressure is really sticking onto them here, and it's tough for what's cooking to make these this defense. That being said, though, they do, like you said, have Sunny, so it's a bit of a higher ground for them, and now they're trying to start to push up just a tad bit.
Opening up the map is going to be the next priority for the side of YKWC. And looking at Bong as well as NextQt working together, I would believe that NextQt will have his shotgun in his arsenal ready to burst anyone down that comes close to him, because I believe that the combination what they're looking out for is probably a force ejector right onto BongQt and they just burst them down into oblivion, which is something that we're probably going to be looking at right now as NextQt eventually finds the Lunox and eventually we'll even have the Lapu Lapu that jumps over to the backlines.
They're trying to split up the fight here, but I think they've done too much. Barry actually takes too much, and it's 2 members down on their side. You know what's cooking? They finally found an opening into this. NextQt and BongQt, they actually rotated from the top lane all the way down into the middle to try to split them up earlier.
So really good movements coming from YKWC, opening up the map and eventually finding a little bit of kinks in the armor from the side of Barry. And the more that they do something like this, I would say that the higher the chance that they will be able to catch up to Barry. But unfortunately, time is not on their hands. Barry already have got the control of the Lord's Pit. They do have a Akai that's just hiding within of the brush, ready to punish anyone who comes a little bit too close. And unfortunately, Sunny, you are not the one that is supposed to open up the map like that. Having a Fasa being killed before the Lord is even taken is going to be a big advantage for Barry, and YKWC probably wouldn't want to even contest for this. If they do, it's probably gonna go very badly.
It might. I don't know why. You know what's cooking is still there. NextQt in trouble. Will actually get taken down here. They trade out for Lady Karma, but BongQt here on the wrong side of the map. My friend trying to get away with Barbiel, but the whole team of Barry is just chasing him down across the map at this point. They're trying to buy as much time. A huge runner shot coming from BongQt to take down Maxi, but that's not going to stop them. And all the last hits onto BongQt will put him in a coffin and seal the deal. Now the Lord is coming through in the mid lane here, so Barry does have that advantage going their way.
I mean, BongQt did manage to buy a lot of time indeed. They did manage to allow Sunny as well as NextQt to come back into the game and defend the middle lane. With the fact that this Fasa is in the game now, he will be able to open up the map very nicely, zone denials and pushing Barry away.
Training, he tries to go in, but it's 1v4. He gets taken down immediately by Maxi there, and now it's 2 members short on the side of what's cooking. This is the measure of a good team. This is where it all starts, right? Because when you're pushed with your backs to the wall, are you going to throw bodies out of desperation, or can you find a way to regroup and come back into the game? It's all on what's cooking.
I mean, Trading only have 14 seconds until he eventually makes it in. But YKWC's lineup has got very good lane clear capabilities. So I don't think that Barry would want to push their advantage and want to really get into the face of YKWC most of the time. The best thing that they can do is try to force a fight or perhaps try to go for a little bit of assassination that they have previously seen before, and most of that is going to be on the hands of Stardust or a user. Lock one person down, bring down the most important player, priority player, and then move on with the advantage. But YKWC, like I said before, they have very good discipline. Once they know that they are short-handed, they do not overextend too much in most scenarios.
they haven't, and they've been playing it pretty patiently as well. You know, not trying to overextend and just farming up to equalize as much as possible the lead that Barry has over them. At this point of the game, it's only about 4K, which actually isn't too bad. So they definitely still have a chance. They start to inch back into this. Now the Lord is coming up in about 38 seconds now. So you know what's cooking? You know what's cooking.
It's 30 minutes in, and YKWC will have a chance to turn this game around. This game literally is for both sides. It is open, it is a stalemate, and it is disgusting to see how this game could eventually turn into YKWC's favor in the very event that they make one very good play. The one good play gonna have to be taking the Lord for themselves and to at least kill 3 persons from the side of Barry without losing much from their side. They shouldn't have too much casualties. But for now, YKWC kind of seems like they are hatching some form of plan, but they completely forgot that the opponents have a Lunox.
I feel like they didn't realize that, right? The Lord just went down so quickly, and you know what's cooking? They tried to make something off of that last play, but they realized it was too little, too late. Bon Cutie, no, my man, where are you going? The flicker, the Nibiru, it's all for naught. He's not going to be able to save himself there, and it's one down on the side of you know what's cooking with the Lord charging down the middle lane as well. This is looking dire.
And I believe that the members from the side of Barry is probably going to cut them off real soon. But because of the Mega Creeps, that is just going to be marching up to the top lane, they will make full use of the creeps that will be taking the aggro off the turret and eventually collapse themselves right down to the YKWC. Nothing that the members from the side of YKWC can even do. It is one Lord and the entire team of Barry that just make their way through, and like Barry Allen, they moved right on and stomped on the YKWC as fast as they can.
Just one single mistake, and Barry was able to capitalize on that and end the game. So well played. The discipline, unfortunately, of you know what's cooking was not enough to be able to get them back into this game. That was so sad to watch. That was so sad.
Yeah, that really is pretty sad. It kind of seems as though for our fellow friends of YKWC, they did definitely have a chance, but they definitely forgot about the fact that the opponents have a Lunox and they can burst down the Lord instantaneously.
They probably thought, okay, we had a bit more time to go, you know, clear some lanes and then we'll rotate down. But yeah, like you said, I just saw the Lord's HP being chunked down like so quick and like they're not there at all. It was difficult. And I think Bon Cutie as well, that was kind of that nail, that last nail in the coffin. 4v5 is definitely not going to work out, especially if the Beatrix was the first to fall.
Exactly. Well, I don't know exactly what were they plotting, but they did definitely have some kind of plan in mind, which didn't work out the way they wanted it to, right?
Yep.
They were hiding in the brushes. Perhaps they were looking out and they were hoping that someone will move up to the northern side and look at the lanes just to open up the map just a little bit. You know, open up the map and then understand where everyone else is so that they will be able to reposition themselves for a more advantageous fight for the Lord. But in the eyes of YKWC, anyone that comes up to the northern side will see no one at all. And then they will get a false information, or maybe they will be just jumping right onto that one person in order to get a 5 versus 4 advantage coming into the Lord.
Probably.
But, yeah, just because of that one Lunox changes the entire plan from the side of Barry.
Yep, so great pickup and great Barry recognizing that, you know, they had that winning condition in their favor as well. So it doesn't matter if you have the Benedetta to split push, they could respond to that and still be able to take down the Lord just as quickly. So kudos, of course, to Barry. They've made it through and it seems like they are on a winning streak right now, having 2 games in their pocket. That being said, we've just concluded this game number 3. We have more in store for you for the rest of this day. We're going to go into a break before we come back for game number 4, so stay tuned and don't go away.
Would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare to strut, to self-care, or not care. Dare to turn up and unwind. and try again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? You're right. Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
This is the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Scrubby. Here with me is Abstract, and we've just tied up game number 3 of the day. We are going into game 4 real soon. And as always, Abstract has to adjust some part of his setup.
Oh, I can't get myself
You have to
any
make
taller.
sound effects with every, adjustment that you need to make.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
I can only go down. This is the highest? Okay.
I know. I was trying it earlier on. I was like,
No,
I'm still short.
Yeah, I'll just straighten my back.
You have the hair advantage, so you shouldn't be that high.
Yeah, I mean, 162 is my true height, but after starting out my hair, I'm effectively a 190.
Well, on screen you can't tell, so just take it that he's 190. Just take it at face
Oh crap!
value.
Did I just reveal my height? Oh yeah, I did.
You know where else you don't have to reveal your height? Check out the Metaverse by Element X, one of our sponsors and partners for this event. Thank you so much to Element X. Now they have a whole metaverse of virtual malls of games, and it's just this whole experience of being in like a multiverse even. Just virtually you can interact with other people, you can play games. It's like RPG but elevated.
Yeah, it's just kind of like you get a chance to be in the multiverse and just kind of like do this.
Yes.
Yes, I would love to. I would love to have that. Multiple abstracts and multiple
'Cause one is
abstract
not enough.
corporation. One is never enough. Can you imagine how annoying it would be to have 2 abstracts on the table?
Yes. It
would sound fun.
I don't think people even want to imagine that.
Yeah, neither do I.
The stream volumes would probably go over the
roof. you don't even need microphones at that point in time. The entire event is just like micless abstracts, just shouting and losing their voices and stuff. But anyways, I shouldn't have revealed my height because one thing that a lot, you know what? A lot of people have
I
always.
thought you were taller? Is that what they
A
say?
lot of people. They thought that I look tall on a cam until they meet me in real life, and I was like, wow.
Hi.
They had like they had the imagination that I'm probably like 1'8" something, and then in reality I'm just like a short little midget.
You'll never know whether he's telling the truth or not unless you come and see him in person.
Yes. Well, I've seen a good number of people anyways, so there's nothing to hide about anyways. But you know what is something that you guys gotta hide? Yourselves, because the upcoming game is gonna be so scary that the team that won is probably gonna hunt you down in ranks. As such, you should be afraid. I have no idea what kind of segue is that, but we'll just stick with that. Because it kind of seems that, I mean,
Try again.
the games are starting to get a lot scarier, and the games are definitely, the stakes are definitely getting bigger, stronger, tougher, harder. Because we are coming in closer and closer, we are weeding out the teams that just doesn't really quite make the cut. As such, now we're looking at teams that have, well, definitely what it takes to go on to the week after the next event, which is happening on the 17th, where MY versus SG. That is the finals that we are going to be looking out for. And now only one team will be moving on to the next part of the event. There's only one team, but we still have a couple of them to go, as we only have played 3 series. Yeah, we only have watched 3 series, and we'll be moving on to maybe about 4, 5 more to go. 4, 5? Yeah, I think it's like kind of like 5 more to go. So eventually we'll be able to find out exactly which is going to be the team that will move on. Now, meta-wise, they're more or less going to be the same thing. I want to see a team that is so good in terms of mechanics, skills, as well as teamwork that they can just make anything possible. Like I said, I want to see Khalid.
Yep. Well, it comes with conditions, right? Because you have to be that confident that your opponent isn't going to take advantage of that if you pull out these strategies. And you don't know because this is a best of 1. So if you try to go for something funky and it doesn't pan out, that's it. You're eliminated from the entire tournament. So I don't know if people want to try that out, but we're going to see in this next game if they're going to try again. Now, this is a familiar team if you've been watching the stream since earlier on. It is Hooligans coming up against Inevitable. So we'll see. Unfortunately, their opponents, even though they lost, had to be DQ'd. So that's why they are proceeding into this stage of the tournament. We'll see. We talked about learning earlier, whether they learned from that previous game and they can come back a bit better here. Now, they're going to still be banning out Joy as the first ban here, so don't want to be playing against that meta ban. And on the side of Inevitable, they're going to follow up with the Valentina ban.
Now, looking at the drafting for this game, Joy, Valentina is gone. We should be expecting to see Kaja, Leomord. I keep on mixing these 2 names. I have no idea why. Kaja, Leomord, Martis, Gusion, they're all still available. And of course, there are still teams that are relatively afraid of going up against a 1-1. I mean, I would love to see more Furvias in action. Whenever there's a 1-1 on the opposite side, you yourself would probably want to pick up the Furvias. Especially since Furvias is kind of like uncounted in this current meta because Esmeralda has been nerfed to the ground. And it almost seems as though the Esmeralda is just nothing to the hands when you have a Furvias on the opponent side. So we shall see whether we are even be able to see one today. Now, Hannes is a very familiar name. It kind of seems as though I've played with him before, or I kind of know him. I can't remember why and when, but the first 2 picks coming from their side, and even for the side of Hooligans, it kind of seems to be pretty darn good. With Martis being immediately locked for the side of Hooligans, and on the opponent side, we have a Leslie and a Leomord. We're starting things off with the Comfort and the meta picks, which are looking pretty darn good.
Brody actually going to be locked in along with that Martis, so pretty interesting. I haven't seen Brody in a while. Earlier on, I think Levi actually played the 1-1, but that's already banned out in the first phase. So I don't know. Do you think this is more of a Comfort pick thing?
That could be a chance. That could be a chance that this is pretty much Comfort, but I'm not even gonna say that Brody is unplayable. Brody is definitely still have a spot in the meta, albeit not the best one so far. Most of the time, people will want to look for Melissa. Mostly it's gonna be Melissa or Clint. When we are looking at a Beatrix gone, 1-1 gone, Leslie gone. So Clint or Melissa is going to be great. And we haven't really quite seen Brody quite a lot. But regardless, you can definitely still see some of the potential coming from Brody, and we'll see how exactly they're going to be playing for this game. Now, for the side of Hooligans, we can pretty much have a very good idea, right? They have a jungler, gold laner, and then a mid laner. On the opposite side, the Cho is still, kind of like hanging in the balance. We don't really quite know if whether this is going to be an EXP Cho or it's going to be a roam Cho. Although I personally like to see a roam Cho, but because of the Carmilla pick, it is fair to say that the Carmilla is going to be a roam and the Cho is going to be on EXP.
Yep, probably so. I wouldn't imagine that. Yeah, Leomord jungle. That makes sense. How is this shaping up though? With the roam Cho, they might... It's looking like a really aggressive kind of lineup, right? Because you're going all in here. There's not a lot of beefiness coming in from the likes of, unlike Atlas, for example. And it's just pure damage. You want to be able to link everyone up to be able to stun them down. How is that going to work out?
Well, at least, okay, so if they're looking at a Sicilian plus the, okay, we're not going to see that, so I'm not going to talk too much about that. But Sicilian is good. Sicilian was good if the Sicilian decided to pick up a Purifier for himself so that it wouldn't be too affected by the Atlas's chain link, the Fatal Links. Because once the Fatal Links happen, you can pretty much expect that the team from the team that has the Atlas will probably congregate together because they would want to attack the opponents that has been linked in. So having a Sicilian, you get out using Purify, and then you'll be able to continue with your Sanguine Claws that locks the entire team down, just so that you will be able to cancel out the Fatal Links that the Atlas there have done. But in this case, they have decided to go for a Farsa, which is not too bad of an idea as well, but they do have a different way that they want to play around with it. They are contributing less over onto teamfight, but more over to the ganking potential, because Sicilian can do pretty well in teamfights as well, but they both of these players, or rather heroes, Farsa and Sicilian, have got different break points when it comes down to their burst damage.
We'll see how exactly that plays out right now. We are already in game number 1 and, well, the only game between Hooligans and the Inevitable. A very interesting spelling of Inevitable here. Farsa was an interesting pick for me. I wasn't quite expecting that, but I think in terms of, you know, being able to teamfight and AoE, they have that. Also in terms of the damage and isolation, you also find that potential in Cho as well as Leslie. So it's looking like a really strong lineup from the side of Inevitable. They're gonna brawl it out here in the middle a bit. Already some aggression being put out. Fang going in some trouble though. Too much damage. Michaela trying to back out, but it's gonna be traded out 1-for-1 across these two teams, and they're still going at it for a bit.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they have, both of these teams have managed to get much for themselves, considering the fact that it is a roamer trade with a roamer. The only difference is who is the one that got the kill. Okay, no, there's no difference in that as well. Both of the junglers are the one that have gotten the kill off of the roamer, so they cancel each other out, and that is not going to make that big of a deal. The next thing that we should be looking out for is going to be the northern part of the map, which is going to be by the Turtle's Pit, as it kind of seems as though both teams are preparing themselves for an inevitable fight by the Turtle Pit.
Michaela, though, like you said, has to go down. Inevitable, and the knockout comes through. Some more damage being put out. Sleepy tries to dash, but Kinel finishes him up. Hannes looks like the next target. Kinjal's going for it, just dashing in, but cannot close up the kill and has to back out. Now Yeren, with the Wings by Wings, rotates over. It's not going to be able to get any kills out of that as well. So they just disengaged, and right now the scoreboard is pretty equal, 2-for-2 across both of these teams.
And for now, I'm not exactly a very big fan of seeing a Roger, but the Roger is doing a pretty decent job, especially when it comes down to a lineup such as this. In YNI Inevitable, right now, they do have got about 600-700 gold lead, so that is not a lot, but it is still a goal lead regardless. Barbil is summoned, Hannes eventually gets himself the turtle, and the fight breaks out.
Yep, the rotations in with the Feathered Airstrike will land the final shots onto Michaela, but they fight back, and it's 2-for-1 traded. Inevitable, though, they have to run away. The damage put out on Fang manages to escape just by the skin of his teeth, and now a triple racked up for Yeren there. Great rotations coming in, and they get the turtle on top of that.
Another one of the games where Hooligan is still throwing their bodies over the side of YNI. So they do have a name for themselves, and they really just want to throw their bodies in. To be fair, this is a lineup that allows them to throw a bit more of their bodies as compared to the previous one. Roger being super aggressive is actually a pretty good thing, but you gotta have to know when to be aggressive and how to be aggressive. In the previous fight, it kind of seems as though he really wanted to be greedy and trying to get some of these plays out, but sometimes it just doesn't work the way you wanted it to, so it kind of fell short. With Kinjal right now, 2 kills and 1 death, with the Carmilla spotting out exactly where Kinjal is, and the Fatal Link connects. I don't quite think that is quite enough to bring him down though.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills now on the side of Levi. Just feels like they're getting caught up a little bit here. Earlier on, they found Raf in the bushes as well. So, you know, going down one by one, they kind of have to really be aware of their positioning. But we're going into a pause. It could be some technical issues that they're running into that's causing that.
Now, when it comes down to both teams' lineup, right, I do like the fact that Martis is being picked out. They do have a good amount of crowd control on that hand. They do have a superior team fight potential because of the Fatal Links. And not to forget, we do have some synergy between the Atlas as well as the Luo Yi.
Yep.
With all of them congregated together like that, thanks to the Fatal Links, I can imagine a great burst of damage from Luo Yi would be very helpful. And even if it's just a bruising spell, you don't really bring anyone down. You can't get them from 100 to 0. They do have a Roger that will be able to come in with the Lycan Pounds and finish things off, especially since the this Roger does have Killing Spree, being able to sustain a little bit longer in team fights with more movement speed as well in order to catch up from one place to another. So I can imagine that as long as Hooligans have got a great initiation, they know how to stagger their stuns, they know when to go in together as a team, it would be great. However, if they are just a few seconds later from one another coming in and they just ended up staggering each other, it would end up in a total disaster. Because in the event that Atlas goes in for Fatal Links first, got all 4 or 5 members or maybe even 3 members together, that is the point in time where they're gonna have to act, at least for Hooligans. And if they were just 1 second late, the Fatal Links just seemed like it didn't do much. And in fact, it will become YNI having a great advantage to completely choke out the Atlas, bringing him down immediately. That means that Hooligans would no longer have a frontliner to really absorb and soak in all of the damage. And from that point on, Camilla will be able to just go downtown with all of the stun, all of the crazy damage as well, soaking capabilities, and everyone else just tumbling in. You wouldn't want to see that happening.
Yeah, for sure. Not on the side of Hooligans, for sure. It seems like a pretty clear game plan, right? On the side of Hooligans, you just want to chain in those combos. Whether or not it be a Fatal Links that starts it off, or it could be Luo Yi actually starting it off. If you manage to, you know, get the yin and yangs together and stun everyone out, you could chain pull off a Fatal Links from there, and then follow up with even more damage. I mean, you do have Brody as well, and Roger to be able to clean up after that. So there are a number of chain CCs that they can use to pull everything together, but on the other side, on the flip side, for the Inevitable, they are looking probably to capitalize on that, right? You can bait out a number of these ultimates. The moment it's being used, then they might not have anything left to use, and then you pull off, like you said, take advantage of the fact that they are already grouped up trying to aggress on you and counter engage on them. So I think on the side of Inevitable, it's down to also a game of patience. Can they bait out some of these ultimates and re-engage, or can they isolate someone from Hooligans using maybe Cho, for example, and with that, you know, dispersing some members of Hooligans, then they wouldn't be able to pull off those wombo combos either.
To be fair, I do see that YNI do have a couple of counters to the playstyle as well as the win condition of Hooligans, right? Cho will be able to get himself away from the Fatal Links pretty easily with using Shumpo, or perhaps he could even go for a Way of the Dragon to completely disorientate where the Atlas is supposed to go. And not to forget, when it comes down to Hooligans lineup, they don't exactly have a hero that can exactly do a very good job against the backliners of YNI, which is why I initially believed that having a Sicilian would be great for their team. But in the end of the day, they have decided to go for a Fasa, which is not too bad. It's still a grand scheme. We still get the grand scheme of things, right? Completely aerial denial, and if everyone is coagulated together or congregated together, then the Fasa will be able to grant easy access with the Feather Airstrike over to the back lines, which is where Brody usually would be. And even if it's at the front lines, a lot of them is melee. So having a Feather Airstrike, it would be great. But Leslie will be completely unchecked, and no one from the side of Hooligans will be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that Farsa adds. It was the last pick as well, right? When you have that Feathered Airstrike, it's a huge zone, so you break up any potential team fight, but Michaela gets kicked in by the way of Dragon, and here comes the Feathered Airstrike as well, just to put out the damage. It's going to be Michaela immediately melted down, like you said, displacing that Atlas when he tries to go, whether or not actually he tries to go in, and taking down that front line from Hooligans is going to be extremely detrimental to them. And now they're even looking to contest the jungle of Kinjal. Not quite getting it just yet, but you can see YNI just taking advantage of this and taking the aggressive positioning.
One thing that we're gonna have to consider is the fact that Hooligans line up and having a Roger in the jungle, they need to play on snowball. They really need to snowball the game. Otherwise, the Roger is just not as good as it seems. So, Hooligans, they're gonna have to initiate as much as possible, and as you can see, there we go.
They found Fang. Can they find even more? But the damage from Yaren is just too much for them to deal with. Already 2 down, and they've only traded it out. Okay, there you go. 2 for 2 still, but a double kill for Yaren, and now they turn their sights to Kinjal. It's a 4 down. YNI, they're really able to make full use of their composition. That Farsa is paying off dividends in multiple folds.
Notice how it is only the backlines that stayed alive and the backlines that were completely unscathed. None of them were part of the action when it comes down to dealing damage, because Hooligans just don't have an answer. The longer that Hooligans drags on this game, the more problematic this Leslie would be. Eventually, they would have got no answers to this Leslie, no answers to this Farsa. Farsa is still possible, it could still be possible for him to be caught, but in most situations, both Farsa as well as the Leslie is going to be completely A-okay.
As they have been so far, and right now the snipes, my goodness, enough to land the killing blow onto Raf as well. So it's going to be 5 to 13 now. It's looking extremely tough once again for Hooligans, even though they've tried to switch things around. Mid lane, another fight breaks out. Yaren gets 1 kill to start this off, and YNI, they're just chasing down the members of Hooligans, now zoning them out from this mid-tier turret.
And now the middle lane first tier turret is going to go straight down, allowing YNI to have complete dominance throughout the river, with no turret going to be around there. But in the meantime, it kind of seems as though one of the members from the side of Hooligans is going to go straight down. Sleepy Solax almost going down, but it kind of seems as though the greediness coming in from Kinjal is just continuing to run him down. With 3% down from the side of Hooligans, the fight is still ongoing. A quick little flicker off on the side of Levi Sartru ought to get him out, but unfortunately, there's only 3 members left from the side of Hooligan to defend against YNI. This is going to be a tough game, and I have no idea how the team from how the members from the side of Hooligan can even do this.
Fang goes down. I think just a little bit of a, greed there. I think he probably did that on purpose, overstaying his welcome in the turret. But so well played earlier on by YNI in that team fight, right? You have Sleepy Selects taking on so much, distracting all the members of Hooligans. And yes, even though he died, YNI, they actually managed to clear out even the turrets on the top side. So they made full use of that, and you get Cho, but so what?
Well, unfortunately, Cho is not exactly the priority member from the side of YNI, and it kind of seems as though they are putting quite a lot of emphasis just to bring the Cho down. They do not have any more answer as to how to deal with the backlines, because now Yin as well as Citus, they are in for a battle.
Michaela actually walked up all in the face of that damage and gets punished for that. Fang, the Ashura Aura, catches him there, but it doesn't do too much. YNI, they get the turtle and they want more. Kinjal will get traded out. It's 3 down, and now No Name tries to back away as much as he can. The shots from Citus, my gosh.
Do not underestimate the power of this Leslie. And throughout all of that commotion and action, YNI has managed to get all of the lanes pushing right in. And to make matters worse, in 8 minutes and 34 seconds, the Lord will be popping right out. And the Hooligans, it kind of seems as though they are still looking for action. Why are they still throwing the bodies?
They are, but they do get Hannes, so it's a bit of consolation, but it's 2 dead. 3 now on the side of Hooligan. Citus gets killed, flickers away to safety. The sniper shots, they come in. Will he get the last one? Yes! Rounds it off to a triple kill. And now YNI, despite being low on health, they managed to get it all back. And they are sieging down this mid-inhibitor turret. Can Hooligans do anything? It's down to No Name, but it doesn't look like they will be able to. Yes, actually just standing on the last legs of its health.
My mistake. I assume that YNI actually got the Lord. I completely forgot that it's still not Lord time just yet. So they did manage to take the turtle, so a little bit more into their economy. But in the meantime, fight breaks out again. Hooligans, they are still looking to get some fresh meat. Except that this time, they did manage to successfully get one Carmilla for themselves and eventually push Y&I back to a standstill, maybe until 30 seconds in, where the Lord is available.
Yeah, I think Fang on the Carmilla sometimes just maybe trying to, give a bit of vision, but overstays a little bit in the bushes, and because of that, gets taken down by Hooligans as well. That being said, there's really nothing for them to take off the map, save for a bit of farm. So Hooligans, they have to be careful. Sleepy with the flicker and the way of Dragon melts down RNF, and now it's Michaela just disappears. And right now they're just running through the draft of Hooligans. They cannot do anything. Hannes with the maniac Savage! He gets shut down before he gets the kill, and it's a wipeout though on the side of Hooligans. Poor Hannes.
Oh boy, oh boy. Stolen Savage, or rather, not exactly Stolen Savage, but he couldn't get the final hit in to get himself the Savage. The turret proved to be quite an adversary. But all in all, Y&I inevitable. They definitely had fun for this one, and Hooligans, fortunately, despite having a second chance in this tournament, they still could not get past their final adversary, and thus will be ending the journey here.
I think it was, you kind of saw the game plan, right? And I think in this game, at least they did fight better. You can see the game also took slightly longer than the previous. They weren't throwing bodies, I would say, as much as in the previous game. But yeah, like you said, Y&I just a little too much for them to handle. And I think the addition of, Yeren on that Farsa was just insane. Like, breaking up every single fight, there was really nothing that Hooligans could do to get into some of these fights or to engage.
I think that one of the bigger problems for the side of Hooligans is the fact that they kind of lack burst damage on a single target enemy. They do have a pretty good team when it comes down to team fights, and they all have their own specific roles, such as for Martis, he's supposed to be causing mayhem, more crowd control going on, and really just dragging on team fights a little while longer whilst still dealing damage. While Loi is more about dealing AoE damage. Michaela's biggest name of the game is going in for the Fatal Links, so that is that one big spell that we should be looking out for. The rest of the members here of Kinjal as well as Levi Satru, they're just going in for some additional damage, or rather a big chunk of damage. None of them have got the capabilities to really just lock one person down without too much commitments, and burst capabilities without much commitments as well. So in the very event that Hooligans finds one, they have to expand everything within their arsenal, such as the Fatal Links, and then that makes them being able to bring Fang down. Yes, that's great, but that means that you will not be capable of fighting for the next 30 seconds or so. And by the time that 30 seconds and your Fatal Links is back, Fang is back as well. So what is all of that 1v5 about when there's no value into what's coming up next?
It's tough, right? Because the game plan that they drew up was exactly to do that. Throw in, just go all in for the team fight and hope that it will work out in some way. But I think sometimes it was also too much. You could see Michaela, trying desperately to get a Fatal Links on someone at one of the Lord or Turtle fights. Even went all the way in, taking Farsa shots along the way, and decides to back out because then he fell too low.
Correct.
Right? So I think maybe just having to have a bit of patience, maybe is the word, or just slowing it down a little bit for them to get back into the game before they try to do anything really extreme.
The other way is definitely to find a secondary win condition, because right now for the side of Hooligans, they only have a single win condition, and and if the teams make it or breaks it, it's all up to the hands of this Atlas, if whether he gets a 3-man Fatal Links, 4-man or 5-man Fatal Links. That way, it would really turn the tides of the battle. If you get 1 man in the Fatal Links, it's not gonna do much. If you get 2-man Fatal Links, let's be fair, it's really not gonna do much as well. 3-man is where you really get a lot more value for a price of 1. So no matter what you see, the Atlas will always want to look for at least 3 members. And that means that there's a lot of pressure on him. He knows that he needs to make that play. As such, impatience is inevitable for him, and he's trying to look for every way possible to get 3 members. And the best way to get 3 members is to dive over the backlines. And by the time he's back on the backlines, he got a Fatal Links in. Let's be honest here, which members from his team is capable of keeping up with this Atlas when he jumps over the backlines?
Yep. I mean, it's a little tough as well, right? Yes, you want to aim for the backlines as much as possible, even if you go for one. Honestly, if it's the right target, if you get your priority targets, that's not so bad.
Yes.
But for him to get there requires a lot as well, and requires him to put himself in a lot of danger that as we've seen. So just unfortunate, I think, for Hooligans, and props to them for really trying to keep it up again in this game number 2 that they've had. But it will be the YNI Inevitable who has triumphed over them in this game. So we will see them probably in another match. Now this is game number 4. We will be going for even more in the rest of this day. So we are going for a break before we tune into the next game. Stay tuned, don't go away, and we'll be right back with you.
Hello, the internet. I'm Phil Gornell. I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre, and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
More beat for you, lying girl, it beat for two. I love God, your love. When I've got the voices.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D, and everyone's got the racks thrown in, and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peeking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peek out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA, and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here, on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I've hacked out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR 48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little lace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is, you know, what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Alan Heath.
Okay, Mr. Switch. Let's do this.
King of scratch. King of scratch. King of scratch. Scratch and mixology. King of scratch and
sleepy bab, kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni, ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye pekan sleepy. Aku akan... Gon, apa yang Gon? Pak tu, aku masih dekat pekan sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Sebab tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam kan? Ni.
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan. Let's go!
Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah.
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat-dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy.
Apa korang tidur
Bos!
It just means that korang semua dah nak tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni muji juga Biasalah, yang ni special.
What did you say now?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers.
Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Mantap! Lorang memang mantap! Tahu tak?
Tour bus and we're going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right, on this bus, you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So, before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. Especially nice, guys.
Vader.
trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you. So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to strut, to self-care, or not care. Dare to turn up and unwind and try again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? Right? Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. Whoa! That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. This is Abstract, I'm Scrubby, and we've just gone through an early afternoon of a few games, and we are now going into the semi-finals.
And of course, we are finally here in semi-finals. We'll be looking at the Malaysian bracket as well as the Singaporean bracket. And I believe that we have 2 semi-finals games for each of the brackets, and the rest of the day, which is the 4 next series, will also be covering the semi-finals. But unfortunately, they are all gonna be best of ones as well. So still equally as high stakes and still equally as punishing. So it is definitely gonna be really exciting to watch. But I do have a quick little news to let everyone know about, is that in this tournament we actually had 2 teams that have, you know, MPL players, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys are very much looking forward to looking at a couple of these 2 teams maybe going at it against one another in the far end of the tournament. But sorry to burst your bubble, one of the teams have already been taken out, and the team consists of Sela, Jox, Kazuya, Gear, Ryan, and a substitute player, Powerful. Yeah, they have been eliminated at the first round.
You just have to bring it out, don't you?
I have to bring it
You
out.
have to bring it out.
But it's not by any community team though. They were eliminated by another team that have MPL players as well. Joe, Killua, Yon, Jay, and Sammy. The real Sammy. Because the first game that we watched, it was a Sammy with 2 Ys and a full stop
at the
end of his name.
Yes.
So now it begs the question, if whether I have the real Sammy or the fake Sammy in my
Are you
Mobile
true
Legends
friends
game.
or not? That's the real test.
Good question. I have no idea if whether the one that added me was the real Sammy or the fake Sammy. So I'm gonna be checking it out right now.
But I believe that we'll be seeing that team in the semi-finals as well. So you do want to stay tuned and see how they go up against, you know, the other team who have made it across to the semi-finals. So yes, like you said, a lot of stakes on the table, and I guess in this case now reputational risk also. Now that Abstract has kind of brought it out on the broadcast and, you know, put it all on the table for all of you to know.
Sammy, where are you?
Maybe you don't even have Sammy inside.
Oh, I have a Sammy with a full stop at the end.
Oh dear.
So
no, I think it was a full stop at the beginning.
oh damn, the Sammy that I have is a fake one.
So you've always had a fake friend.
I always have a fake Sammy.
And you always thought you were friends with a pro player. So, sorry to burst your bubble.
Hashtag don't free Sammy anymore. Okay, well, it is what it is. I wonder who this fake Sammy is now. Maybe his name really is Sammy. Alright? Maybe his name really is Sammy.
I mean, Sammy's a pretty common name.
Is it really? I don't know any Sammys. But I only know Sam and Samuel.
Like short for Samuel. Like Samuel, or Samantha,
like
right?
Samuel. It's like Samuel.
Okay.
Samantha.
I mean, it could always be short, just that, you know, they shorten it to Sammy.
But if your name is Sammy, no, if your name is Samuel, you're cutting it short to Sam and then making it longer to Sammy.
Because Samuel, Sammy, you cut down 1 syllable.
With a full stop at the end. Sammy, full stop.
No one pronounce full
Okay,
stop indicates
fine.
a stop.
Sammy, period.
Sammy E.
Or period.
Cut it.
Sammy, period. For
How not to learn languages and phonics.
Sammy.
Not from Abstract.
Dot.
You just don't have friends with the name of Sammy. We get that. We get that. Okay. But as you can see, you know, a lot of teams, some you know, some you might not know, and some you only know because he said. And can I also walk out? Do I have the option of leaving? Just like take this off, like goodbye.
I'm sorry, but you were paired with me today. You gotta have to work with me the entire day, man.
Well, we are in the draft right now in lobby with semi-finals of one of the teams from Malaysia. So we have on the blue side, it's going to be Terrifier 10, and on the red side, it's Hex Impact. So already, Joy again being banned out, so no surprises there. I think nobody wants to play with this hero dashing around with CC immunity, and you just, can't do anything to her.
Annoying hero. A hero that can dash up to 5 times, have immunity to slow, and crowd control, I think.
Yes.
Right? Crowd control is alright. Have shields.
Shields, yes.
And when you buy concentrated energy, you top up your shield with more regeneration.
So, immediate ban. There we go.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
Makes perfect sense.
The other side's going to take out Leo Mod as well, and a Kaja ban. Kaja's still pretty priority. I think we've seen him in a couple of bans this entire day as well. So I guess that, reduction on the damage really is pretty pricey to deal with.
It's still definitely something that all the teams would want to have in their lineup, just because of suppress as well as, well, everything that Kaja is able to put in the kit. And not to forget, Kaja is really bursty at the same time. Especially if you were to slot Kaja as a mid lane mage, it's pretty crazy as well. And he does have a really good wave clear mechanic too. If it comes down to the passive as well as his circle, you can pretty much do a very good job as it is. But for now, we'll take a look at the picks. We do have a Valentina that will be picked by the right team. And for the left team, we're looking at a Martis as well as a Fervius being picked. But because of the Fervius being picked, our team over here at the right side have immediately picked up an Esmeralda onto their side. The question is whether this is a bait, because personally, I feel that Esmeralda is pretty darn useless now. And picking an Esmeralda into a Fervius doesn't necessarily mean that you would win in the game. You may still win in the lane, no problem, because you can still hit him through his shields and you still can absorb some of that shields. But in the later stages of the game, will your survivability take precedence over the grand scheme of damage that this Fervius is capable of pulling out?
And I think it takes some time as well, right? To be able to get to a stage where you are tanky enough to survive a lot of that damage. So not only has Esmeralda been nerfed, you also need time to skill. So we'll see if that's still viable in this game. Haven't really seen her in a while. In the meantime, they're gonna pick up the Fanny to go along with that, and for Hex Impact, the Lilia. So a lot of damage, from the Martis as well as the burst coming out from Lilia.
No, they themselves on the right team have decided to ban the Beatrix. And one thing that I believe very well is that Beatrix is actually a pretty darn good hero that is fighting that goes against a Fanny, because of the fact that he's got Nibru. When it comes down to a Fanny just flying over to you, all you gotta do is just shoot his face. No problem. If you want to use Wesker, you can also... Wait, Wesker is the shotgun?
Yeah.
Ren. Okay, Wesker. If you are using Wesker, you can just kind of like blast it in her face. No problems as well. You can... she's literally, as Fanny, delivering herself to you in a point-blank range, just so that you can use your ultimate as well as your Wesker to just blast through the Fanny. It is, of course, in theory. It's all in theory, but ultimately, I have seen a Beatrix having a really good time against a Fanny regardless. All in all, we do have a team that's been completed over here, with the Esmeralda being the EXP laner, but also technically speaking the main tank of the team. So we would not be looking at a lot of split push mechanic coming in from this Esmeralda. Esmeralda would very likely be with the team most of the time. The roamer comes in the form of Matilda, gold laner comes in the form of Brody. Brody himself is going to be relatively tanky as well, so I'm not too worried about that. Now, having a Lolita in this pick. Now, I'm not exactly a huge fan of that. You can definitely still absorb some of the Matilda Soul Bloom shots, and not to forget, you can also expect to see that she will be able to absorb all of the the ultimate of Brody.
Torn apart memory.
Yes!
Yes! I felt like you were testing me for that.
No, I wasn't testing you. I literally forgot the name. It's like Shatter Memories, Shadow Mind, Shatter
Memories. Memories. You got that part right. Memories. Something about
torn
memory.
apart, yeah.
When you tear them apart, they shatter,
shatters,
right?
yeah,
okay, so
yeah.
you got like a part of that process,
That is right. Let's rename that as Shattered Memories from now on. But
Yes.
why memory? But okay, never mind, we'll move on.
It's, I think it's entire sorry that goes in with it. Yeah.
That just shows that I know nothing about his lore.
Yes, but right now we are going into this game number 1 of the semi-finals. Again, it's Terrifier 10 up against Hex Impact. Now we saw a Fanny game earlier as well, and unfortunately the opponents didn't have a lot of you know, things in their kit to be able to lock that Fanny down. So will this be a repeat of that?
Well, technically speaking, yes. They do at least have a Lolita that do have a pretty good homing committal stun that can work onto this Fanny. But unfortunately, when it comes down to anyone other than this Lolita, no one else can really do the job very well. But in the meantime, take a look at this insane cabling. Ooh, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, we just talked about the Fanny. So there you go. This is Fanny plays for you. Shaker on this Fanny, insane. Already 2 kills off the bat a minute into the game. And you know, to top of all this cabling, there's also Matilda with the guiding wind. So there is a huge amount of mobility on Terrifier 10.
Yeah, crazy amount of mobility. And this mobility that they have unlocked for themselves is more or less an escape mechanism for the Fanny. But in the very event that Fanny were to overcompensate himself and were to dive a little bit too deep, this guiding wind will eventually help the Fanny get out of harm's way whenever the Fanny have lost all of her energy. But of course, it's not specially for this Fanny. There's still a lot of ways that you can use the guiding winds, which is capable for every single one of the members from the start of Terrifier 10. In the meantime, one thing that you guys should know is that the Martyrs did invade in the opponent's jungle and of course took the orange buff away. As such, Terrifier 10 has decided to move themselves up to the northern side to steal the orange buff, which is definitely something that Shakir did manage to do. And back on the topic about guiding winds, helping Arashi get away thanks to that.
Yep, very timely guiding wind there, and because of that though, Terrifier 10's lost a little bit of you know, priority over this turtle. Hex Impact gonna go ahead and try to bring that down. Fovi is popping that demonic force to zone everyone else out to secure that objective, but Shakir coming in with the cutthroat will finish off the life of Toby there, and it continues though. Hex Impact, they want more. The Circling Eagle pops onto Royal, the Nominal Blast hits 2 and will be able to help them close off those kills as well. So they try to even up the scores here across the 2 teams. Terrifier 10 about 1 to 2k ahead of Hex Impact.
Well, this game between Terrifier 10 and Hex Impact really feels very different. Just jumping into the semifinals, we're looking at such a high octane pace of a game. Both of the teams do seem like they really know what they're doing, and it doesn't seem like it is a one-sided game at all. Hex Impact kind of seems as though they definitely do have an opportunity to beat against Terrifier 10 over in the later course of the game, and but still, Terrifier 10, they still look pretty darn terrifying. They're constantly all across the map.
Oh my gosh, Shakir again, one more hit, but they have to back off here. Figgin is here, will finish off Minjal, and they lose 1 on the side of Terrifier 10. A bit too much there. Seemed like they had it, but Hex Impact was able to get that back. So like you said, high octane plays, and both of these teams really a great showing on either side.
Really amazing. We're looking at Terrifier 10 only having 2,000 gold advantage, but the turtle will be coming out in 30 seconds. In the very event that Terrifier 10 do manage to get this turtle, then we're very likely going to be looking at a larger gold lead for the side of Terrifier 10. Do note that Terrifier 10 does have a composition that is really good when it comes down to, well, clashing as well as ganking, solely because of the fact that they do have a very early game roamer in the name of the Matilda, thank you so much. Matilda, and not to forget, they do have Fanny as well. So these two with great amount of mobility and great amount of damage in the early stages of the game, you can expect that 2 of them will be crazy.
You can already see, you know, Shaka just going in, trying to play a bit of that sandwich and forcing Hex Impact back, all to be able to take this turtle. But Figgin is trying to fight back. Damage onto Minjal, will escape for it now. Guiding Wind as well to save Jenny. Hex Impact now getting a bit more positioning over this, but it's still... Oh my goodness! No! Oh my goodness, that turtle stolen away by Hex Impact, but they paid a price. 2 are gonna be taken out by Terrifier 10.
This is really a pretty crazy game. We can't even stop and imagine what is going to be the results of this all. Even if Terrifier 10 does seem like they have the early game lead, and the way that they are playing is that they are really dominating it. But Hex Impact is not giving it to Terrifier 10 at all. They're not playing defensively. They are still putting up a very good fight against Terrifier 10.
Jenny caught up. Again, the Guiding Wing saves them. Minjal has been so on point with these Guiding Winds. And on top of that, constantly putting pressure onto the side of Hex Impact. So they haven't had a space to breathe at all. Has to back out for now. Jenny still keeping up the pressure, trying to press down on this bottom turret. Damage. Here comes the Circling Eagle. Will land on Toby together with the Numnon Blast. Not going to save them. So Hex Impact looks like they're going to lose a bit of control here.
And now eventually it is going to be the Esmeralda that eventually dove right in with the Falling Star Moon, getting a kill down onto Sue. And now we'll continue looking at Fikin, moving himself right down onto Jenny, bringing him down with a quick decapitation, but not going to be following up onto Arashi nor Minjal, knowing that he is on a losing fight, 1v2, even if both of them doesn't really have much resources to work with.
Yeah, but it clawed them back a little bit. Fikin coming in with the decimation, right? Some consolation prize that Real now trying to catch up. Flamethrower doesn't quite hit onto Shaker, so he manages to escape there. You can see just these teams are not letting up at all. Like, constant brawling and fighting everywhere on the map. Shaker is back now with the K-Blade. Numnon Blast will hit one, and he is caught out. Bye-bye, Jenny. And now Hex Impact, they want to press more. Arashi in some trouble, trying to run away. Ashura Aura not connecting. He will be able to escape now. And Terrifier 10, they are completely broken up.
10-5 is the current scoreline, and Hex Impact is unfortunately still 3,000 gold away from Terrifier 10. But like I said before, this game is not dictated by the early part of the game just yet. In the mid stages and the late stages, we can still expect to see that Hex Impact could still put up a very good fight. And I would imagine that they will still be right in the faces of the enemies. Terrifier 10 would not be backing down with their aggression thanks to the insurance that this Mathilda is able to bring for them. But unfortunately, this is finally the time that we are looking at Mathilda dying, because she has constantly been right in the faces of Hex Impact, and time again, she have managed to slip right between of their fingers.
But I mean, it's bought so much time for Shaker to be able to take the turtle in the meantime, and here he comes again, just trying to wreak havoc in the midst of Hex Impact. Now, they're being pressured down on this mid turret as well. They don't want to lose this because they've already lost control of their top and bottom turret. So Hex Impact seems like they're slowly losing their map control. As I see that, Fikin, guys, just gets that killing blow onto Super Z. So they still get that bit of, inching back into the game. You just cannot count them out.
Hello! Jenny says, and eventually brought down yet another Titan from the side of Hex Impact. The movements coming in from Jenny as well as Minjal is definitely all across the map, and they are covering so much ground together. And Minjal, even though it is a 1v3, somehow he's still holding on very well. But all in all, Hex Impact still have got a crazy amount of damage thanks to the fact that we do have Gecko that joins into the fray most of these times. Terrifier 10 may be able to get a lot of these kills, but throughout all of that 8 minutes in, they have only managed to bring down two turrets, which honestly could have done better.
They're still trying to put the pressure though, not letting up on this mid lane. You can see earlier on Toby just melted to that cutthroat as well. And now Terrifier 10, they've finally broken that open. So it's a bit more, control. The next objective is coming up. My goodness, this guy.
Right from downtown.
One more onto Ryle as well.
This Fanny is pretty darn amazing, not gonna lie. 5 kills, 0 death, and 3 assists, constantly weaving herself in and out of the base and finding himself their grand opportunity to take another person down. But right now, looking at Gecko already getting himself the Wind of Nature, is starting to see like the game may eventually tilt over to the side of Hex Impact as long as the Wind of Nature is popped out in the right time. As you can see, Gecko did pop the Wind of Nature and get himself away from the deadly hands of Fanny.
Yeah, but it's so much, right? You have to spend that away. Arashi in some trouble. 1v5 right now. I don't think he can get away from this. The shield's only going to keep him alive for a bit longer, and he has to bow out. Now 2 down on the side of Terrifier 10. They have the disadvantage, but Shakir, he doesn't care. He knocks that up to a triple kill and just balances that out completely off of that. They're going to be able to get 2 turrets, 1 more turret in the mid lane as well. So, my goodness, Terrifier 10, it's terrifying plays from that Fanny.
That was almost 100-0 in an instantaneous second onto the side of that Lilia. I don't think that Lilia saw that coming at all, and I'm pretty sure that Lilia did have her black shoes, but unfortunately that burst damage was just way too fast that she couldn't even respond in time. All in all, crazy stuff going on. And throughout all of that, Terrifier 10 even managed to get themselves a further reward by getting themselves the Lord, which will eventually be marching down in the middle lane with the bottom lane completely pushed out. They'll probably be eyeing on the prize here in the middle lane inhibitor turret, and as a collateral, the second tier defense turret in the top lane.
The Lord is coming down on this inhibitor now, and Hex Impact, they really have to be so fearful of Shakir on this Fanny. You just cannot catch a break. You know, you have the Wind of Nature, but once you expend it, so what? And the black shoes as well. He's just going. That was a numbers disadvantage, by the way. He just went in and took out 2 people earlier on. So they really have to be on their toes. Circling Eagle already popped in the backline. Ryle trying to go all the way in with the Demonic Force, forcing Jenny back here. So they have to break up the team fight a little. But Terrifier 10, they are not going to back down just yet.
Well, it kind of seems as though the Malaysian counterparts, they are giving such a good show, pretty intense, and they are currently working themselves to be the best team, or rather best region players. Terrifier 10, right now they do have the advantage. They're looking themselves right onto Hex Impact, and they would definitely want to bring down the rest of the members here who have literally got themselves a little bit too far, such as Arashi. He's now literally right in the face of Hex Impact, almost getting a kill down onto Gecko, but they still manage to get themselves away, and Terrifier 10 moves themselves onto the inhibitor turret on the top lane.
So obnoxious that Falling Star Moon takes 3. Numenor Blast hits 3 as well. And this is the setup for Terrifier 10. They run through the rest of Hex Impact. Ryle, last ditch effort here to shut down Shakir. Will manage to do so, but at what cost? Hex Impact, you are 5-man gone. And Terrifier 10 takes the entire game off of their hands.
This is a really scary team. From now on, any team that were to fight against Terrifier 10, they are 100% going to be respect banning this Fanny, making sure that Shakir will not be able to hold that onto themselves. Well, GGWP over to Terrifier 10 as well as Hex Impact. I think that one of the main problems from the side of Hex Impact is that they just don't have enough answers for this Fanny. Albeit, yes, they do have 2% that do have a decent answer to this Fanny, and maybe they do not want to put in too much resource just to counter against one person.
I don't know. I'm speechless.
I am speechless as well.
I'm speechless.
This is kind of like MPL level.
Yes.
Right?
I mean, I think one of them had the MPL badge on them. I think
Oh,
it
right.
was Minjal.
Minjal. Yes.
Minjal.
No. It's Super Z.
Super Z?
Yeah, it's Super Z.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Minjal is the one that have the MPL logo only because she uses Soul Bloom.
Right. I mean, you see, you can't even tell who's the MPL player because this team.
They're all so good.
They've been playing so well, and the thing is, they play together. Okay, yes, Shakir
to be fair, they have the Geek Fam squad on them.
Yes.
Or is that really Geek Fam? Because it should be full caps Geek, right?
Yeah. So you never know. You got
You never
Sammy
know.
wrong as well. So
Yes. Yes.
So, I mean, yes, credits to Shakir, and he saw a lot of the highlights, right? But you can tell the entire team really plays together so well. Like, the synergy is just off the charts.
Yes.
You get Minjao peeling for the team. I mean, with the guiding wind, retreating at the right time. Jenny with the stolen Numenor Blast as well, either defensively or also offensively. And just Shakir just causing so much trouble in the backline. It's like Hex team really just has no space to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Shakir definitely danced her way throughout the battlefield and understandably is the star player of the team, looking to be extremely versatile and deals hack a lot of damage, making a lot of outstanding plays. But all in all, like what Scrubby said, all of the players from this team of Terrifier 10, all of them pulled their weight extremely well, and I literally put my hearts out for the Mathilda. Mathilda found herself in so many unfavorable situations and constantly finds herself right in the enemy's line of sight, and is always right in front of them, despite being a roaming support, not exactly as a roaming tank. Yet, she's still able to get herself out of harm's way, being able to run out of a 3-man gank perhaps sometimes, and that way, she got information, she got the opponents off cooldown, or rather on cooldown, and they are able to buy a lot of time in general. And of course, let's not forget about the support capabilities when it comes down to the guiding wind, saving Jenny as well as the Esmeralda so many times.
Yep. Time and again. And you know, it's really flexing the abilities of Matilda to the fullest. You can see that. And yes, sometimes maybe he sacrifices himself, but at the end of the day, it was for a purpose, right? And they managed to make full use of that death, if he does. I don't know. I'm just so speechless, and you can see Abstract is so fazed by this game that his hair has started to fall and wither, you know? It's just testament to how well Terrifier 10 has played that game. So with that being said, we all need a breather from that game. You know, it's been non-stop action, phenomenal plays, and congrats to Terrifier 10. We will be back with more semi-finals games after this break, so stay tuned with us.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Hello the internet, I'm Phil Gornell, I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Set more beat for you, lying girl, and beat for two. And I've got your love when I've got the voices.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer with Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever UPFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peaking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peak out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA, and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little lace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is, you know, what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Alan Heath.
Okay, Mr. Switch.
Let's do this. King of scratch. King of scratch. King of scratch. Scratch and mixology. King of scratch and King of scratch and mixology. Took him a beatbox, play one for me. Took him a beatbox. Beatbox. Play one for me. Beatbox, play one for me. Beatbox, play one for me.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge, as you can see over the top side. Now, one thing that you're wondering, why am I the one that opens... Okay.
Really?
Really? Yeah, really.
Because we need to hear your signature all right.
Why does it sound like you have something in your mouth?
Does it?
That's it.
Princess!
My name is Abstract. With me here is going to be Chicks. The both of us are going to be our caster for today. We still have 3 more series to cover, and we are all going to be looking at the semi-final games from now onwards. The first semi-final game is done and dusted between Terrifier 10 versus Hex.
Impact.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
I'm finishing your sentences today.
Awesome.
Yes.
Between Hex Impact and they...
Won. Well, it was a very terrifying game indeed, put up by Terrifier 10. We saw Shakir on that fanny just wrecking havoc all over the battleground, back and forth, up and down, and just non-stop.
Yes. They were all incredible. Even when it comes down to Hex Impact, it definitely seems as though there were some glimpses of, one-sidedness and a bit of skill disparity. However, for Hex Impact, they made it so that even though they were losing, they didn't make it so that they were on a full-on defensive mode. They still know when they should be going in for a fight. They know when they should be, kind of like sacrificing themselves a little bit on how to draw more value out of each and all of those team fights. Albeit, in the end of the day, the Fanny still came out of absolutely nowhere, still tore them through, and of course, separated them limb by limb, toe to toe, and it's definitely crazy how all of the fight turns out. Every single one of the players from the side of Terrifier 10 were terrifying, and they knew their roles very well. But the question is if whether the next game is going to fare the same way, and if whether we are going to have a different opinion about today's games, because so far, I think it's relatively safe to say that Terrifier 10 versus Hex Impact is probably the best game we have casted so far today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just the mark of a semi-finals, right? The teams have made it all throughout the qualifiers, and reaching the stage of the semi-finals, you would expect, some sort of a standard to be a bit different, given that they've gone through so many games. So I think, safe to say, we probably can expect that for the rest of the game as well. I would be terribly disappointed if that were not the case.
Yeah, I really hope that it would be. It will get better and better from this point onwards. But if whether it is really gonna be the case, well, we're gonna have to find out in a bit later. Now, drafting wise is definitely looking good for both of those teams just now. I don't really have any qualms about the draft, but I did say that the Esmeralda wouldn't be able to do that well in the team fight. But I don't know whether I should be swallowing my words for that game, because that game just seemed as though that they were all really very good, and they know how to use their heroes to the utmost succession. We have seen flashes of brilliances coming in from the Esmeralda, being able to go in and out, weave in and out, and still being able to withstand a good amount of damage and really just peel for his team every now and then. But in the early stages of the game, we didn't really quite see a lot of presence from the Esmeralda, and we don't really know how the laning phase between Esmeralda and the Furvius is like. Thanks for completing my words again.
Yes. Well, I think that's also just the nature of Esmeralda, right? It takes some time for her to get the items and become tanky. You wouldn't see her necessarily be able to withstand that much damage in the beginning of the game as well. And I think Esmeralda, that's a hallmark of a good player, right? Even though a hero has kind of fallen out of meta, maybe it's not as popular, you still make it work.
Yep, that's why I'm a caster, not a player.
That's why you don't play Esmeralda as well.
Yeah, it really seemed as though that Esmeralda has fallen. When I played Esmeralda, it's kind of like a simple, not say quote-unquote simple, but there is definitely some kind of simplicity in a kit, right? Whenever you use your first skill, you get movement speed, and you start to suck in all of the shields. Yep. You use the second skill, and then you'll be able to lower the cooldown of the first skill, and then you'll be able to deal more damage on the opponents, and of course give them shield. Cycle, repeat, cycle, repeat. So it's kind of like a spammy hero. Yep. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 2-1, 1-2, 2-1, that kind of stuff. But right now, it kind of seems like there may be some form of mechanic that I am missing coming from the side of Esmeralda. One thing that I just don't know how to get it right, and why is it that I am losing in some of these duels when I feel that I am supposed to win. I'm not receiving enough healing. I'm not sapping enough of his shields. Somehow my opponent is sustaining faster and better than me. I do not know why. And that's why I ruled Esmeralda as one of the fallen heroes. And well, to be fair, a couple of tournaments that I've casted before, a lot of the players has also agreed with me that Esmeralda is just like, nah, it's just not as good. Maybe in the eyes of some other players, Esmeralda is still good, but not as good as the other options out there.
I mean, that's why we call it the meta, right? It's the easiest strategy to pull off, and you don't have to pick it. You can pick other heroes that you're comfortable with, but it's just by nature of what's popular and what's easier to use at the moment that gives you a slight advantage naturally already. So if you want to capitalize on that advantage, it makes all the sense in the world. So yeah, it's okay. You don't have to pick Esmeralda. No pressure. No pressure.
I don't want to play Esmeralda. I want to play Joy. I have yet to buy Joy, but I believe that I would want to play Joy in the EXP lane. with Benedetta being my main, I'll still play Benedetta a lot. Uranus is definitely one of the better heroes that I personally feel I'm good at. I don't play a lot of Martyrs, and and neither do I play a lot of Fredrin, but I think that I definitely should start learning those two heroes a lot more.
I mean, considering they are quite the popular picks now, probably yes. Before they get nerfed, you should master them first.
Definitely
and then
Joy.
Use them, yes.
Yeah, definitely Joy. Make full use of every single game whenever I can play Joy. So yeah, I'm gonna buy the Joy soon. I believe that I have money.
Yeah, even if you don't, you can buy diamonds.
Nah. A little bit too frugal for me to buy diamonds. Not that much of a spendthrift when it comes down to MLBB.
It's not, you're not being a spendthrift if you're spending it on things that are important.
Why are you poisoning me like that?
Gaming is important. It's an important part of all our lives.
Why are you poisoning me like that?
That's why we're here.
Working?
If you didn't have this, would you? If you didn't have gaming, you wouldn't be sitting at this casting desk. You wouldn't be casting for games. So it just shows how monumental games are, especially Mobile Legends. So buy diamonds and make full use of your money by spending it on things that matter to you.
Munton hire her today.
I hope I get some diamonds off of this.
Well, with that all said and done, I believe that the draft should start soon. I believe that we were waiting for one more player to enter into the lobby, and once that person is in, we will be able to start the game as soon as possible. So don't worry, you guys will be able to continue to listen to our chatters every now and then, and can have a quick talk. In the meantime, I think that the best way to kill some time right now is for me to tune in to the Twitch stream and take a look if whether there's anyone else, in the chat. If you guys have anything to say, feel free to say hi. I'd love to find out who is watching.
Yep, we are across Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, I believe a couple channels as well, so you can tune in any way you want, or all of the platforms you might as well. And of course, this would not have been possible without our partners and people who have made this happen. So huge shout out and thank you to M1, Game GG, and Element X for making the Asia Esports Festival possible. And this is an interesting one this time because it's a cross-border challenge.
Yeah.
We've done Asia Esports Festival before, but it was all local.
So far, whenever we are looking at Asia Esports Festival, I'm expecting to see, booth after booth, different stages. At least for the one in June, we had like many different stages. I think that we have like 3 different places where we have events going on. We have one, at least when it comes down to the Esports Experience Center, there is one that is mostly holding the computer games in the main area. We have the atrium, which covers some of the mobile games where Mobile Legends was hosted in there, the atrium of Kallang Wave Mall. And then we also have some other games that is going on the next door. And yeah, there's a lot of things going on. And of course, we have cosplayers coming in as well. We have a huge stage as well. There is so many things that goes on. So this time, we're looking at an online component of Asia Esports Festival. And hopefully, we'll be able to see Asia Esports Festival coming back onto an offline stage and have everyone joining the action and have fun together as well.
Yeah, I think it's always fun when you get to see it at a live event, right?
Yes.
There's like a whole bunch of activities. It was really swarming with people at the time, Kallang Wave. And even people who didn't know games or they don't game, they were like, what's going on? But like, there's so many people, but I love it because like cosplayers and like people shouting in the atrium and like, and they were even standing there just to watch a game that they didn't know about. So it was really, really cool to have these live events. So yes, even if it's not live, I think it's equally cool. And today is just the beginning of it. You want to tune in as well on the 17th, where all the intense matches like the grand finals will be happening. So even more to come.
Now, I believe that... do we have the game yet? No? Okay, so we still don't have the game. We're waiting for that one guy to come in. One guy only? Was it one guy? He probably went to the toilet and completely forgot that...
you have to play a game.
No, he completely forgot that phone is portable.
Yeah, you can actually play it there. We wouldn't know, right? In the bathroom.
Know, yeah.
And like, we have such good internet speeds everywhere that really it's possible to play anywhere, even from the depths of... What's it?
Cross promo?
Yeah, of your bathroom.
Yes. Cross promo! Very good. She's starting to learn quite a lot of segues coming in, from one thing to another, and then now M1. If you want faster internet speeds, sign up with M1 right now, and you no longer have to worry about anything when it comes down to your mobile speed and connection, even if you are taking a royal dump in the toilet while playing Mobile Legends.
Yes, or if you're going across the border, because cross-border challenge, you know. Honestly speaking, like my colleagues use M1, like my friends use M1, and they've had no problems going to Malaysia. They always just like, yeah, I'm just gonna get the roaming, you know, that's available on the plan. And I'm like, I reach the airport, I have to look for a SIM card because I don't.
Oh.
I'm scrub.
Yeah, that's pretty scrubby chicks.
Yes.
Oh.
Now you get it.
Oh.
Now you
Did
get
you
it.
guys know? This is kind of like a fun fact. While we have the time, right? When I first met Scrubby Chicks, right? And when I first met Scrubby Chicks, and then I got on an event, I completely forgotten what her in-game name was, or rather her handle name. I just know that it was something Cheeks. And then I told the organizer. The organizer asked, "Okay, what is her handle name?" And I was like,
Something
"Crap,
Cheeks.
Something Cheeks. Chubby Chicks."
Not wrong. I mean, to be fair, that originated from there.
Oh, really?
Yes. I mean, that's the thing that people say, right?
Chubby
Chubby
cheeks.
cheeks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think I do. In fact, today my face is a bit swollen, but
Oh, it looks okay.
But yes, it did come from there, and because I have been called a scrub at games, that's why I'm sitting on this desk and not playing. So, yes, when you put that together,
it's Scrubby Cheeks. I thought it was like, yeah, it doesn't make sense, but like kind of like scrub something.
It does make sense.
I mean, like scrub something on your
I think
cheeks.
yours doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I say mine doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The first thing that comes to my mind is like scrubbing my cheeks, and I was like, who the hell scrubs their cheeks?
Yeah, the worst part to remember about that is the second part, but somehow that does. I don't know. So I don't know why you guys remember the second part instead. The
Cheeks?
focus is on the first.
Scrub.
Yes. There we go.
It sounds like scrubbing.
We're going into the game right now. I believe the drafts are ready for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. And we have with us a semi-finals game. We're seeing a familiar team here as well on side of the red team. So this is going to be pretty interesting.
It kind of seems as though we do have Stardust user back in the game. Fanny is not banned yet. Fanny ain't banned yet. So perhaps we'll be able to see something a little bit back to the very first game that we've seen from.
That's true, from Barry.
Yes. Ah, yes, Barry. Yes. Barry,
Breakfast is ready.
Such a name, I swear.
On the other hand, you have Execration, which is like a lot, a more serious name, you know? It's
Execration,
like, I'm gonna smother you to smithereens, but you're like, Barry, breakfast is ready.
Okay, Fanny's gonna get a pick right here. I believe that is what a user would want to do. The opponents, Execration, have decided to pick up a Martyrs for themselves, and it kind of seems as though the Martyrs is going to be going into the jungle. And of course, when it comes down to the first 3 picks, it is usually going to be kind of like a comfort picks. It's mostly comfort picks all over the place. But right now, it kind of seems as though Barry is not locking in onto their Fanny immediately. They realize that, hey, look, Kaja is open. Let us open up and pick up a Kaja for ourselves, and in the meantime, get ourselves a Fredrin. Because Fredrin will be able to do a very good job against a Martyrs if the Martyrs were to go over to the EXP lane. But looking at things, Martyrs is going to the, well, jungle.
It could still be. I mean, it's a flex pick, right? That's the
It's pretty
thing.
flex, yes. It's still pretty darn flex. And let's not forget about the fact that Grok can be pretty flex as well. Grok can go over to EXP, but at right now, the way that it looks like, the Grok is very likely going to go over to a roam role, while the Selena is going to the middle. Well, technically speaking, Selena can still be a roam, and then the Grok goes over to EXP. So, with our heads all over the place, it is really difficult for us to identify exactly what kind of roles these 3 heroes are playing. So, it's pretty much out in the open. It's really difficult for them to focus on one hero and really just ban it out. As such, you can pretty much tell that Barry, they themselves don't really have an idea how they're going to be laning themselves and what kind of positions they're going to be playing. Banning out a Camilla would make sense, and they realize that, you know, if Camilla is leaks over to their side, it may actually be pretty daunting to fight against.
It's interesting, right? I mean, instead of banning out a gold laner, they actually went for Carmilla because Carmilla's still kind of flexible. I mean, you can take it into the jungle if you really wanted as well, and Martis could go to the EXP, right? So very, very flexible. They're gonna lock in the Beatrix for themselves as well. So users going back to the Fanny again, like we saw in the last game, and now you top that off with a Kaja. So the first Kaja we're gonna see in the game, and that's pretty scary.
Now, I do not know whether this Kaja is going to be... Okay, it is going to be a roam Kaja. Pretty fast, but I got my answer. The Kaja is going to go over to the roam role while they have picked up a Kagura for their mid lane. So far, so good. Both teams kind of seem as though they are very neck and neck. It's really difficult for me to really understand and realize if whether either of these teams are going to be better than one another. The Ruby is 100% going to go to the EXP lane because I'm never a fan of Ruby in the roam role.
I mean, they have Grok, so...
Yeah, they have Grok. So having a Grok going over the roam makes a lot more sense to me. And all in all, having a Martis in the jungle is definitely going to spiral them out of control as long as they are able to find ways to get themselves more of a momentum shift. They have a team that is really good in terms of ganking. Martis can just pop in anytime, do a lot of that crowd control and displacement abilities and just execute anyone that he would want in an instant. And with the help of a Selena, locking them down, bursting them down, no problem. The team here from the side of Execration is really focused on burst. And whenever they find one person that have overextended themselves, that is it. That is gone. And this is a very good answer over to the member of Stardust. In fact, actually it's very good against most of these players on the opposite side, Barry, except for against Fredrin. Fredrin excels against bursty heroes. If you're fighting against heroes such as Esmeralda or a Uranus, then Fredrin's grey HP would not even pay any... You don't even have to pay much attention to it because you will lose your grey HP a lot faster than the Uranus or Esmeralda will be able to hit you for.
Yeah, so like you said, right, I think a lot of Execration is playing on burst damage, but on top of that, also the ability to have control of space, right? They have CCs like Selena's Arrow that's very non-committal. They also have the Guardian Barrier from Grok as well. So I'm offended. So it's huge ability to be able to lock people in place or displace them. But on the other side, Barry, they have the Fanny, and that's gonna come through right now. User with the cables under the turret, first blood, locking that down. Vonk goes down, so not great for your gold laner to go down in the beginning stages.
Well, if you ask me, it kind of seems as though the turret literally done nothing to User. Usually when I jump into the turret, it feels as though the turret is just hitting me like a boss. But right now, it kind of seems to tickle User just by a little bit only. But regardless, Barry have managed to get themselves a total of 2 kills to their name. One in the bottom lane, killing off the gold laner, and one in the middle lane, killing off the Selena. And to make matters worse, it does seem as though we have the Grok going down as well, with 3 kills credited over to Barry already in just 2 minutes in.
So while Execration's going for, you know, a lot of that capability to lock down people, you do kind of need to sync that up with several people. On the other hand, Barry, my goodness, Shadowskin puts down Lady Karma. Stardust in some trouble, but uses Divine Judgment to get away. One more hit from the turret will secure 2 easy for Jen's life there. So kind of 4 kills now for Barry, and they have the space to contest the turtle.
The power of Akaja. Divine Judgment connecting, and you are just going to be sending one person back home. And it is very tough for them to find an answer and get themselves away from the turret fast enough unless they do have the mobility skill. Understandably, the Kaja is definitely going to be looking for a hero that doesn't have that. But in the meantime, we're just going to be focusing our action into the turtle fight.
Lady Karma with that big burst damage manages to get Lafayette down. Shadowskins actually steals the turtle away though and gets punished for it by Stardust. Too easy for Jen. The flicker in by Joki will knock him up and secure that kill. So still in the favor of Barry, and I mean they lose the turtle, but they get 2 kills out of that and this gold in the mid lane.
Well, that is a 6-kill advantage, and they did manage to push the turret like crazy. And not to forget, it kind of seems as though User that's playing as the Fanny did manage to also steal the purple buff away from Execration, which definitely makes things a little bit tougher. But in the meantime, it is going to be a comeback coming in from Execration, and they fought the Kaja down.
Yeah, they does get the Ruby. Lady Karma actually nailing that kill there, but traded out. So Execration still seems to be, you know, playing on the back foot. Kind of forced to rotate as multiple people as well, whereas Barry is a bit more independent. Lady Karma, though, again getting caught up. Here comes User with the spins, running out of energy, gets stunned in one more HP. Oh, that last one will be landed by too easy for Jen.
Well, sucked into the abyss thanks to the abyss trap. Execration finally put a single number over to the Fanny's death count. And to make matters even better for Execration, they have also managed to win in the EXP lane, sending Joki back down into the ground.
So, I mean, they've kind of been forced now to rotate. You kind of, you thought Barry was having, you know, the upper hand, but Execration, they're playing objectives here. Getting that top lane is going to be very advantageous for them because the objective is also spawning at the top side in 20 seconds as we speak. Barry is just going for kills again and again. Lady Karma with that yin-yang overturn has been just on it.
It's just going on and crazy. The burst amount of potential from the side of Barry is also pretty darn good. Both of these teams are constantly looking for ways to burst down their opponents. This is a game of who is able to withstand each other's burst and who starts first. The first person that starts it will be able to get a numbers advantage until Execration goes for a follow-up. So honestly, it's kind of tough for us to even understand who's going to be the one that eventually wins in this first contest.
Yeah, but right now that kill is definitely going to help Maxi up, already getting the BOD top side now. Joki having to flicker out from that turtle, so Barry isn't able to close this really quickly. In goes User, the knockups come through, cannot get out of that, so he will be punished for trying to go a bit too aggressive, but here comes Lady Karma again with that yin-yang overturn. Joki secures the turtle, so Barry again somehow manages to get the better of this.
Eventually, Execration will put themselves with their backs against the wall, unable to fight against Barry, as Barry already have about 3,000 gold lead, and at this point in time, having 3,000 gold lead would equate to a single full item, and those farm will be credited over to the side of Lady Karma. With great amount of burst potential, she should be able to bring down anyone that comes close within her proximity.
A bit greedy there, I think, though, going a bit too deep. Did buy some space for the mid lane siege there, but had to sacrifice his life. So right now, like you said, they're still in the lead, about 3k. Some brawl going up here between Joki and Lafayette. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens with the XP laners, right?
Yes, it always is like that. You hit him, he heals. After a while, and then I hit you, I heal, you hit me, you heal. Kind of boring if you ask me. So let's move right on to the other lanes, where the bottom lane, Beatrix, is just hammering down onto the second defense tier turret in the bottom lane and effectively brought it down. Middle lane and bottom lane is pretty much rear naked, and the Execration is trying to mount a comeback onto Barry, and Stardust almost managing to get away with that quick little invisibility.
Nice engage there by Execration. The Guardian Barrier blocked off the escape route of Stardust and he couldn't get out at all. In the meantime, they actually did get Maxi as well. So I think it was too easy for Jen that landed that kill. So very, very nice. And now they have the chance to push it. But Lady Karma again goes in with the yin-yang overturn. Arm of Fender gets him though, stops him in his tracks. Has to back off just for a bit as the next objective is coming up. They have to be a bit careful. Down bottom, User again pressuring down on Shadow Skins. He has backup, so it looks like they will go for Yashura. Aura stops him just for a second there, so he couldn't finish off that kill.
And right now, Shadowskins is really hoping that he'll be able to get a kill down to Joki, but he realizes that he's a little far too deep in, and there's no point in running away. Might as well just finish it off in a Colosseum duel. As such, Desecration found himself with one person down, and to make matters worse, 2 person down now that the Clint is going to be dead as well. The rest of the members from Desecration just eventually going to move right on onto Kagura, but until they found out that, hey, User is just right around the corner, and the Fanny dancing around with her blades, moving from one place to another, wall to wall, and they gotta have to want to bring down this Ruby as fast as possible, but doesn't seem to work out.
obnoxious. Cabling out with just a bit of health there and still managing to make it out alive. 2 down on the side of Execration. You know, Vonk is really not having the time of his day right now. He is 0-5 and 0. And whether it be Lady Karma or Maxi, he's really just haven't had the space to breathe or farm at all. And that's not good for Execration because they're relying on him a lot for that burst damage come through.
Eventually, Execration will reach that point in time where they have good amount of damage to burst down the members of Barry. Because if Barry's lineup constantly tries to go for items that allows them to do more damage, if you just keep building damage items, they are going to reach a point in time where they are just capped in damage. They can't deal any more damage further than that. They are just going to one-hit kill with a full combo and such. Doesn't really quite matter a lot. But we're just going to hold that thought a little bit because it kind of seems as though... Okay, never mind. It's just going to disengage. But back to my topic. Back to my topic. If Barry realizes that, hey, Execration is going online, we need to start building defensive items. Only then Barry will be able to continue with their tempo and their momentum and still be able to hold it out against Execration.
Lady Karma again, bottom side, trying to pull a gank off onto Shadow Skins, but he did manage to make it out. Lord is coming down the bottom side though, so Barry does have that in their pockets. Lafayette here needs to be careful. The ring comes through. Guardians Barry as well just to stop the minions in their tracks, but you know Barry wants to siege this down.
Oh, unfortunately, I'm a vendor did not even connected on a single person. Would have been a great initiation. It would have been able to spiral Barry out of control, but for now, a big fight starts out.
Here comes User trying to go into the backline. Vonk and Evil already fallen off of that Lord. They managed to get through to the base as well. The fire, all the damage is piling up. Here comes Lady Karma as well. All the kills across the board. Execration wiped out, and Barry wipes out their tournament life as well, earning themselves another victory.
Who knew that a meme name like Barry Breakfast is Ready has managed to climb their way through the brackets, bringing down teams after teams after teams. Having the Fanny is definitely going to be a great boost to the members of Barry. They're definitely really confident once they have a Fanny locked in for themselves. But this game, it's not exactly the Fanny that is the star player. I gotta have to say, Lady Karma has been finding a lot of those crucial kills time and time again, and constantly being able to assert a lot of dominance over to the enemy side.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it was at least 9 kills on Lady Karma, so really User felt like a bit of a distraction sometimes, you know? 11 kills, there you go. So User went in with a lot of the cables, caused a lot of trouble, but at the end of the day, it was Lady Karma that was going and securing a lot of them, getting maybe 1v1 duels, or even in a team fight as well. So huge damage coming through. Also credits, I think Stardust has been roaming around, providing a lot of vision, and also making the setups possible for the team. So you can see just overall Barry, all the players are pulling their weight and playing together like a team. So I think overall that's what has really gotten them this far.
I think one of the bigger problem that roots onto the members of Execration is probably their mid laner. It's not exactly saying that, you know, the mid laner skill is just not as good, but it kind of seems as though the hero just doesn't quite work with the opponents, right? Because when it comes down to Selena, you're the one to set things up for your team, you'll want to hide in somewhere, shoot out the arrow, and then land on someone. Just by shooting in the Abyssal Arrow is going to be quite a bit of a mechanics check, right? And you would need to really be accurate with those arrows. But to make matters worse, the members on the opponent's side here, which is Barry, they have a lot of heroes that have got great mobility, such as Kaja. You are able to go for a single dash, and if you can't dash, you can at least flicker yourself out of the way. You have a Fanny that does have the KOs. You have the Kagura that is able to get Seimei Rashu Umbrella Flea to get yourself out of the stun animation. So there is a lot of conditions that just that works against this Selena, and Selena wanting to pull distance away from the opponents, that just doesn't quite work with a lineup like Barry's, being able to dive right in deep just because of that single fanny.
And you said in the beginning, right? They were looking for the ganks as well. Very, very huge potential to pull those off. But unfortunately, it seems like Barry was the one who managed to get even more kills than they did. So I think overall, it was the right idea. We kind of saw that, but it didn't pan out the way they wanted. That being said, props again to Barry for taking the crown on that one. We'll be seeing more of them as we progress further into the competition. But right now, we are down to 2 last semi-final rounds. So do stick with us for that, and we will be right back with you after this break.
give up, kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni, ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye pekan Sleepy. Aku akan... Gon, apa yang Gon? Part tu, aku masih dekat pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini? Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya. Sebab tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam kan? Ni.
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan.
Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy.
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah.
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy.
Bangun!
Aku korang tidur
Bos!
It just means that korang semua kena tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni mugi juga Biasalah, yang ni special.
What is that now?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers.
Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Mantap! Lorang memang mantap! Tahu tak?
sightseeing tour bus and we're going to see around Taipei and see what it looks like at night. And actually, right, on this bus you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. It's actually nice, guys.
Vader.
Your team destroyed a turret.
It's trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you. So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment to dare. Dare to strut. To self-care. Or not care. Dare to turn up. And unwind. And try. Again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? You're right. Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Hello, the internet. I'm Phil Gornell. I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre. I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me the Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Set more beat for you, lying girl, it beats for two. And I've got your love when I've got the voices.
Always fiddling here. This is Andy, monitor engineer to Bring Me the Horizon. Andy has the pleasure of working every day with our little system here, which you can see. I mean, one of the great things about it is that you can come on a tour like this with a full production of 5D and everyone's got the racks thrown in, and we are one rack, sit nicely so people don't complain too much.
Hey, my name's Andy Wade. I'm monitor engineer.
Welcome back to the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. Again, I'm Scrubby. Here with me is Abstract. And once more, he needs some time to adjust and make sure his hair is just perfect. But huge shout out to our partners and sponsors for making this happen. Brought to you, Asia Esports Festival is brought to you by M1, Game GG, and Element X. So do check them all out. They have really cool stuff. You know, everyone knows M1, Game GG as well, and Element X, new metaverse experience, bringing cool stuff, virtual malls, gaming. What else do they have? A gaming hotel, I think I saw.
They have gaming hotels.
Yeah, in the metaverse.
Oh.
All this cool stuff.
Can I buy them?
The gaming hotel?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I
mean, you can play in it.
I mean, I want to own one of those gaming hotels.
You can ask them if you can own a part of the metaverse. I mean, you can buy properties. You can buy properties.
Yeah.
Yes.
I recently have done this thing, and I realized that what they're doing is that they literally it's kind of like real estate. It's like real estate made easy in the virtual world. I don't know how that works, but the gist is like that.
Well, we are going right into the virtual world now. The games are ready for us. Hopping into the third semi-final of the day. This is, I believe, between Team Lemma and You and I Inevitable. We've seen them earlier on. Why and I Inevitable. Right off the bat, the ban is going to be 1-1.
1-1 immediately thrown in. I'm not too sure if whether they're gonna care about Joy, but Kaja is gonna be thrown into the banning pool. I would believe that there could be a chance that Beatrix is gonna be thrown in, a Leomord is gonna be thrown in. It kind of seems as though not a lot of teams actually like to ban the Martyrs anymore. Not exactly sure if whether it's really because of the nerf and people are just thinking like, you know what, it's not that consequential anymore. It's not something that really makes Martyrs the greatest of all time
He's
anymore.
he's not broken. You know, you just like first pick him and make him work.
Yeah, pretty much is. Back then it was like OP.
Yep.
To the point that even the MLBB client says Martyrs is overpowered. Usually it was like, we have tweaked this this hero too much and he's destroying the battlefield. Or this hero is performing better than we expected.
Yeah.
But this time in the patch notes, Martyrs is overpowered.
He's literally, literally overpowered.
Yes.
So yes, Martyrs banned, but it looks like it's not gonna come through this time. It's gonna be a Leomord picked up as the first pick. 1-1 Fredrin, Fanny, Kaja as the band. Joy is open. We haven't seen that yet, but they're gonna lock in the Carmilla and Irithel instead.
Okay, looking at a Carmilla, I'm really excited to see how that's gonna be like. There could be a chance that this Carmilla may actually go into the jungle, but there is still a lot of jungle heroes that is still currently available. EXP laners are also gonna be available, and we were talking about Joy, right? Joy is still available as well. We could eventually see the Joy coming out. Gusion is also available. That is, if any of these teams are interested in picking up the Gusion for themselves in the jungle, or perhaps even in the middle lane as a mage. But for the right side, the team on the right side, it kind of seems as though they have picked up a Yve. As such, a Gusion in the mid lane is impossible now. But they still have yet to pick up a jungler.
And they've actually led through Valentina as well through this phase. I think, yeah, earlier on, Y&I Inevitable actually banned out the Valentina, and they do like a mid laner, so it could be possible that they're still going to go into that. Team Lemma is going to lock in the Yve, so actually recently buffed again since her nerf. I think they've increased the slows on her ultimate as well, so it could still be potent. I mean, initially they reduced the zone,
size,
right, of the real manipulation, but if it's a smaller size but you're slowed a lot, let's see how effective that is.
Maybe if it's possible to make Yve's RWM become like, you don't even need to buy the Ice Queen wand, that would be a really good buff. But I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'm not too sure whether that's really going to be the case for this one, but eventually we'll see how it goes. So what happens here is that they picked up a Yve and they also picked up a Yuzhong for themselves, because they're not very interested in allowing the Yuzhong to be leaked over to the opponent's side, just so that the Black Dragon Form can just immediately just get a single bump and boom, RWM's gone. So what the opponent's side is looking out for is going to be a Uranus as well as a Sicilian. I was initially looking at, or rather they were kind of like shadow picking onto the Kadita. I was hoping that they would have went for the Kadita, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case, because with a Yve that is just immobile during the entirety of RWM, it makes her such an easy target for Kadita to just burst her down instantaneously. We immediately know what is going to be the game plan. We know that what is going to be their win con. Just burst down the Yve, and then they just snowball the rest. But right now, it kind of seems as though that is not going to be their win condition. They're starting to look at something else instead.
I think locking in the Diggy is definitely going to give them a lot of that, immunity from the Yve as well, though. So that could really help them. And Uranus, I mean, the ability to just tank all of those shots anyway. And the Sicilian to kind of try to keep that distance. Not sure if that will fare well against the Yuzhong, because you can still easily dive into the backline to disrupt that. But we will see how that plays out. And Team Lemma has also locked in the Nathan as their last pick. We haven't really seen that.
Not for long, actually. Actually, we haven't really seen that at all for the past few months, like you said. But Nathan going into the jungle is not what I was expecting. If they are trying to go for Nathan in the gold lane, yeah, maybe the chances of seeing that is a lot higher. But this pretty much means that Team Lamar have got a crazy amount of backliners, with the only frontliners attributing to Goldilocks, as well as Hasbullah, that is playing as the Carmilla.
Yes.
I have no idea what's going on with me today. But playing as a Carmilla as well as a Yuzhong. Both of these two heroes is just literally going to be jumping right into the face of YNI. But the question is if whether these two frontliners is really going to be enough. But it kind of seems as though things are starting to look pretty darn good, as the Void Crystal was able to slow Fang down to an all-time low and making sure that he receives all of the damage that Team Lamar is capable of.
Yeah, they're trying to fight back though. Hasbullah in some trouble. It's gonna come through Citus securing that kill for himself. So you can see Citus was, quite a menace on Leslie the last game as well. So we'll see if Melissa works out on him. I had the thought when you were talking about Camilla as well, combined with the damage from Nathan in the late game, if you put the ultimate there and everyone just soaks up that damage, it's gonna be pretty insane.
I can imagine how that is gonna be, right? Kind of like a wombo combo unga bunga thing going on about. Team Lamar's lineup doesn't really necessarily allow them to play very ganky style in the early stages of the game, and I would believe that they would have probably a bit of a problem. But looking at how they already have got the Black Dragon form as well as the RWM being popped up, they are still doing a pretty darn good job. The fight has been split into two, and Sleepy Solax, who is playing as a Uranus, went straight in onto the Eve, and surprisingly still came up alive until now.
Yep, not for long. Team Lemma does manage to take down 2 members, and off of that, they should be able to secure this turtle completely for free. So it's in their favor right now. 1 to 3 kills, and they have a gold lead of about 1,000. Now, I think there was a bit of a lane swap as well. Sleepy Select was playing the Cho in the previous game, so roaming around. Kind of a different look on YNI.
And eventually, perhaps we'll be able to tell a little bit more about how both of these teams will want to play. Now, let's break it down and take a look at UNI Inevitables and how they would want to play their game. Understandably, when looking at a Uranus fighting against a Yuzhong, we would believe that Yuzhong would have a way better time in the lane, solely because of the Shah residue that eventually builds up onto the Uranus, and you're not getting a lot of hits off of the Yuzhong. And I don't think the Shah residue counts as a hit even. But in the meantime, we're gonna hold that thought for a little bit, looking at the bottom lane.
Hasbullah already in trouble. The damage coming through. Time Journey just to make sure his team members are safe. First person going down. Double kill for Hannes, and Mint has to escape, just barely getting out there alive. YNI really fighting back here and clocking up 2 for themselves. Oh, almost landing 1 on Fang, but still they're able to maintain, kind of equalize the lead that they have.
Well, the reverse time definitely is such a pivotal skill into the lineup of YNI Inevitable. We're starting to see a lot of those crazy plays. In fact, not just in this game. Diggy is starting to become a crazy hero. Because it really works very differently from all the other skills. It's crowd control, and a very different kind of crowd control. Normally just toss one skill and they get locked down. Or throw one skill, they get rooted in. So when you are rooted, you can't do anything. But when you are hit by the reverse time, you can still move, you can still use the spell. As such, you will just kind of like bait the opponent to use their spell to get out of it, only to be sucked back into the middle.
Team Lemma, they're crashing down on this bottom side here, just making sure Fang has no way out. Sleepy Solax a bit late to the party here, but he does manage to get Min together with the help of Hannes, and now Hasbullah again trying to get away, but YNI is trying to make the best of this. One more hit, they actually take Hannes though, so it's just a bloodbath now. Both teams, they want the kill so bad. Yaren goes down, here comes Goldie Luck, and he's gonna be able to help his teammates out with the Black Dragon form. Sleepy Select's in trouble. Oh my goodness, this has been back and forth.
Really back and forth. We are expecting... At first, it looked as though Team Lamar has got a great start. They literally just pushed themselves right into the face of UNI, and they did a very good job proxying the lanes and bringing down the Sicilian, as well as, I believe it was Citus. I can't really remember very well. But eventually, that is when the Uranus came in and started to bring down more of the members from the side of Team Lamar, and that is kind of like a seesaw. So one after another, players are just entering and going, and we just don't really have a very good idea who's the one that's really winning in all of that fight. But to really summarize all of that, it kind of seems as though that Team Lamar is the one that have got most amount of value throughout that.
Goldilocks has been doing so much work on this Yuzhong 4-0 and 4. Every time he manages to rotate and enter a fight, a lot of the difference is made at that point. So right now it seems like Team Lamar is really they have about a 5k advantage here. So we'll see how they can make use of that. Of course, not to count Y and I out, because we all know that Sicilian does scale infinitely into the late game. So it's a matter of time, right? We've seen Yeren on the Kagura as well. You know how he can play the mid lane really well. So it's a bit uncomfortable here in this early game, but not for sure. You know that Y and I will try to find a way back here.
Yeah, I mean, we're just looking at 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Y and I, Inevitable, like you said, do have late game skilling, and eventually if they're able to drag the game long enough, things may go out of hand for the side of Team Lamar.
But Team Lamar wants to end this. The Black Dragon form and the real manipulation coming down here. Zeph goes down. They find him in the backline. Goldilocks shut down by Citus with just one hit. And now Team Lamar, despite having 2 members down, they're still trying to pressure down this mid lane.
Doesn't seem like they are able to break through to the second tier turret though. But all in all, they still managed to do a very good job in pushing out the rest of the waves as a consequence of all of the team fight that's happening in the middle lane. And Mint eventually made his way up to the northern side and got himself a single turret down onto the inner turret. As such, quite a lot of turrets are down already. 4 total turrets on the side of Y&I Inevitable, while for the side of Team Lamar, they still have all of their turrets intact, in fact unscathed.
I think it's quite tough, right? I mean, they don't really have someone to take a lot of the damage. In the beginning, Fang was causing a lot of trouble with the alarm bomb. So speaking of Fang though, he's in trouble. The rest of the team, Hasbulla making the first move here. Real world manipulation for the zoning, and the slows as well will put him down. It's a trade 1-for-1 across the 2 teams. But Emal comes in with the damage to clock that up to 2. And you really don't want Nathan to be getting those kills. 5-0 and 3 now.
Honestly, I'm really surprised to see that Nathan is doing such a good job in his role and really just ganking so much with the massive amount of mobility that he's got with his ultimate. Just getting from places to places and just teleporting whenever I didn't expect the most. As such, he's got a total of 5 kills and 3 assists already to his name. And now, to make matters worse for Y&I Inevitable, there is a Lord that is taken by Team Lamar. So on top of the Lord, there is a 7,000 gold lead in favor for Team Lamar.
Sleepy Solex, he's got to get out, but I don't think he can go anywhere. His death is inevitable. There you go. Goldilocks secures that one. Yeren trying to put out some consolation. He gets blown up by Emal there with just a few hits, and there's nothing that Y&I can do to avoid this at all. This is all before the Lord comes down on the top side. So Team Lamar, they're really pushing here. Emal is 14. He's level 14. That's 4 levels ahead of Hannes.
That's really crazy to see that going on. Team Lamar have got the Lord pushing in. Every single one of these lanes are very aggressive, and perhaps they are even trying to go for a 3-way road split and just kind of like push down every single one of these lanes. Y&I Inevitable was definitely got their hands full. Very difficult to defend every single one of these at one go. The bottom lane is pushing. The top lane has got the Lord. Which one do they want to focus on? Kind of seems as though they are leaving the Leomord down to the bottom lane, but for some reason the minimap is not really going to be moving at all. As such, only 4 members up in the top side, and it's going to be working things out in a 4v5 fashion.
Citus, oh my goodness, Emal blows him up. Yeren in some trouble. The slows coming from the Void Crystal, but will not follow up just yet. Actually, Min comes in and slays him completely. So now Y&I, they are left with 3 people to defend this. Hannes will fall to the hands of Emal and Team Lamar. They look to end this in a quick fashion under 10 minutes. My goodness, that was... We said Nathan, we're like, hey Nathan, we haven't seen you in a while, and that was like just such a dominant showing.
And he blew it out of the park. Completely just devastating everyone, ravaging the battlefield with 8-0 to 4 scoreline. And I believe that he probably did like, what, 25% of total hero damage? 29%, even better than I expected. In the meantime, Zeph that's playing as the Eve with 31%. So it kind of seems as though this Eve did manage to put quite a lot of his weight in this game, despite the fact that I thought that, hey, you know what? The size of the RWM looks pretty small.
Yeah.
I don't think that is going to accomplish much. But look at him, 31% of total hero damage down within the team.
I think it's not just down to the ultimate, right? You saw a lot of Void Crystals being placed as well by Zeph to slow things down for the enemy and help to set up a lot of these kills. So I think just overall, you can see the team, Gold Deluxe as well, did a huge amount to the team initiations. You can see he's always the first one to dive in. When that starts up, the rest of the team follows along with that and charges with him. So just overall, it's surprising because we saw YNI being very dominant earlier in their match, but right now it's the tables have turned.
Yeah, we are literally starting to look at the different power rankings of each of these teams, and despite the fact that we're looking at such a crazy play from the side of YNI, I mean, such a crazy showing from YNI in the previous game. Now we are looking at such a crazy showing from their opponents. So it really just kind of like toppling one after another, really just toppling the Giants, and then toppling that Titan, and then toppling that other Gargantuan Beast, and then toppling another one of that, I don't know, what else are we looking at? Colossal.
It's like one mountain after another. You know, you think you surmounted that one, but then another one is bigger than you, and
yeah.
Yep.
This reminds me of the meme, right? You have the you have problems. You have this small little problems, and then on top of that, there is like work life, and then no, you have got like school, and then another problem, the bigger one, is going to be work, and then on top of that, it's about money, and then on top of that, is something else, and something else, and it become bigger and bigger. I don't know whether you guys even get a meme or not, but it doesn't matter.
you can see the amount of pressure that has put on Abstract. He's just sunken from all the thinking about all the problems.
I realized that I didn't need to talk about that, and it's really hard for anyone to even understand what I'm trying to say, and I don't know why I'm putting in so much effort trying to make myself understood.
I think we get it. I think we do. I mean, all of us have a number of those problems that you just mentioned.
Yes.
But yeah, the problem at hand is it seems like Team Lemma, is very dominant now. This is just the tip of the iceberg because we're at the semi-finals. Teams are only starting to make their way to the final matches, the final grand finals, the finals, yes.
And then the grand finals.
Exactly. So.
Yes.
Congratulations to Team Lemma. This was the second semi-finals from Team Malaysia, and we are going to move on to the last one from Team Singapore in just a bit. This is the match that Abstract really wanted to watch.
We are finally living kind of like the best for the last, isn't it? So, well, we're just gonna hold it for a little while longer. You're just gonna go and grab something to eat, or kind of like drink something. And once we are back, we'll give you guys the final game, and of course, the most anticipated game here in Singapore. At least when it comes down to the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. We'll see you guys in a short bit.
With Bring Me the Horizon. One of the main features I really like about it is the RTA analyzer, which works on whatever you PFL on the desk, gives you an RTA reading on the screen, and you can quickly find what's peeking out on the screen there. So any frequencies that peek out on stage, any feedback comes up on your RTA, and you can really get rid of it quickly on the graphic EQ here. So my center wedge here on a PFL, find some frequencies that are a bit nasty, go to my graphic EQ and see I packed out some stuff there from yesterday's show. So that's really useful.
Okay, so we're here with our nice little footprint here. You can see we're all ready to go. We've got our IDR48 here with all of the inputs and the outputs. Easy as that, already set up with our XLR breakouts. Little ace cable up to the desk, R72.
Another great thing is we've worked with the band with the iPad and MacBook editor software, so the band can actually get their iPads on stage and they can tweak their in-ear mixes themselves, all done wirelessly.
It's been a real comfort to have the iLive system with us everywhere we've gone, just knowing that we're going to get the exact same sound every day for our guys, which is, you know, what's most important and what it's all about.
So thanks for checking us out, and check out Bring Me the Horizon and Almond Heath.
Okay, Mr. Switch. Let's do this.
King of scratch. King of scratch. King of scratch. Scratch and mixology. King of scratch and King of scratch and mixology. Took him a beatbox, play one for me. Took him a beatbox. Beatbox. Play one for me. Beatbox, play one for me. Beatbox,
Kau kena teruskan bisnes kau ni. Tengok ni. Ada bisnes ke? Aku nak naik tinggi sampai ke atas. Bye-bye pekan Sleepy. Aku akan... Gon! Apa yang Gon? Part tu, aku masih dekat pekan Sleepy ni lagi.
Awak owner sini?
Ya, saya. Ini tempat saya.
Sebab tahu tak kat mana saya ni dengan budak-budak saya nak lepak atau stay satu malam kan? Ni!
Ini adalah kawasan pasca peperangan. Penderitaan ini satu kenikmatan. Let's go!
Right.
Ada fans stop kau.
Even in Pekan Sleepy?
Fans aku bila nak stop aku pula? Stop lah!
Awak sebenarnya boleh dekat. So kita kena buat aktiviti yang relax.
Kita orang pekan ni semua sleepy.
Bangun!
Aku tolong tidur
Bos!
It just means that korang semua dah nak tidur je untuk selesaikan masalah.
Orang bandar ni mugi juga Biasalah, yang ni special.
What is this now?
Welcome to the world of hardcore gamers.
Kepada sesiapa yang ada heart condition, please hati-hati dengan game yang anda main.
Mantap! Lorang memang mantap. Tahu tak?
Tour bus and we're going to see around Taipei and see what it's like at night. And actually, right on this bus, you can actually claim alcoholic or non-alcoholic drinks depending on what you like.
Yep.
So before we start, let's claim our drinks.
Let's go. Let's claim nice, guys.
it's trickier to be seen these days.
This is about you. So many amazing, talented artists out there. I want to use my platform to push them into the world.
Now I'm trying to find my musical identity.
The anxiety of if I'm good enough.
My brain goes off as a creative in like 100 different directions, thinking about 100 million different things at once.
I don't really have anyone to like bounce things off of.
Right now, together with JBL, our main goal is to inspire, to educate, to be a safe place and give new creatives a voice.
It's difficult to make your voice heard.
I would like my music to reach more people.
I can honestly say music is my passion, and I would not see myself doing anything different.
Try to be up there, try to be focused, try to be sharp, try to always reinvent yourself.
This is your moment. Your moment to dare. Dare to strut. To self-care. Or not care. Dare to turn up. And unwind. And try. Again and again. Because when you dare to live your truth, you dare the world to listen.
Give me silence, silence, I just need your touch. Know your violence, violence hides on the tip of your tongue. In the darkness, darkness, we go on and on. Always under pressure. When you talk like that, no, you make me see red. Still end up in my bed. No, I want that sweat.
For me, working on the set list for Tomorrowland, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to hear when I'm in the crowd? When you have the amazing stage, the fireworks, all the craziness. That's how I prepare for the set. For me, every set is different. It's very important to read the crowd, to feel the energy in the room, and to adapt your set and your track list on that. I cannot imagine my life without music. So for me, a playlist is the soundtrack to your life, in a way. When I start my set at Tomorrowland, I know which new songs I want to play, but everything else in between for me is a big mystery. I know my intro and my outro, and for me that's the exciting thing. It's a puzzle, and depending on the crowd's response, depending on the energy, depending on how they feed off the previous songs that I played, I try to take them on a journey.
Okay, guys, let me just dial in real quick. How does that sound? Right? Yeah.
Hey, you said it, not me. Yeah. Hey, he knows what I'm talking about.
Tony, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, really.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge. Again, I'm Scrubby Cheeks, and here is Abstract. Now, Asia Esports Festival is brought to you by M1, Game GG, and Element X. Thank you for bringing us here today, and all of you who have stayed throughout this tournament to watch. We are now at the final game. This is the last semi-finals for today.
And of course, we are going to be continuing the finals for the Malaysian side, the Singaporean side, and then they will be fighting against one another, if I'm not wrong, in the 17th of December. So if you guys are looking forward to see the conclusion of the entirety of this online cross-border challenge, make sure you guys tune in on the 17th. But enough of us talking. The draft is ready, so let us just jump right in and zoom back
Wow.
into
Sound effects on point there.
into the drafting with Ling as well as 1-1 being thrown right into the band.
Ling! We haven't seen Ling as a band the entirety of today. I think probably a targeted pick. We can see these are players that we kind of know as well. This is the right Sammy that you were looking
right,
for.
Sammy. Yeah, with the proper squad tag revival in there. Let me go and delete the other Sammy. But yeah, we've got Ling, Leslie being thrown into the banning pool. There's still quite a lot of heroes that is currently available, such as Joy, Kaja, Carmela. Okay, Fanny being thrown in also. Let's not forget about Martyrs. Oh, damn it.
Wow.
Damn it, I hate watching
We're
it.
finally seeing a Joy in this. Like, it waited till the last game of the day before a Joy was thrown into the pool.
Do you remember the names of Joy's abilities?
No, they are very long.
Okay, they're not very long, but they are just annoying.
Long.
There's part of there's one. I think the ultimate is like meow something.
Yes, yes.
Beats of tempo of beats.
I'm gonna look it up for
like
you.
Ugh or ow or
Okay.
Rao.
So, education session. For all you people who don't know Joy's abilities yet, her passive is called Humph, Joy's Angry. They are all like at least 3 words long, I swear. Skill 1 is Look, Leonin Crystal.
Look!
And they all have exclamation marks, by the way. Skill 2, Meow, Rhythm of Joy. And our ultimate, Ha! Electrifying beats.
I like how it's all like ha.
Ha!
So if we ever see a Joy destroying everyone, it's just like ha! Electrifying beats, guys.
Okay, let's go back to the draft. It's gonna be Joy together with a Leo Mort and Matilda. So maybe this isn't a Joy jungle.
Yeah, it's not Joy jungle.
It might be Joy EXP, the one that you wanted to see.
Yes, and then I'll learn it, and then I'll steal his item build, and then I'll play it for myself.
So we can expect to see Abstract buying Joy with his newfound diamonds and playing it in the EXP lane. On the flip side, we have Valentina, Kaja, as well as Fredrin. So it's looking like, well, probably Kaja roam again, Fredrin in the EXP. Very, very, again, single target focus here.
Yeah, so at this point in time, we're looking at the fact that Valentina can very likely steal Barbiel. Yeah, she can...
Circling Eagle.
Circling Eagle as well, yes. So this is pretty much putting quite a bit of emphasis and as well as a bit of focus onto what kind of heroes they should pick, at least from the left side, because they gotta have to understand what are ultimates that are not too complementary to the kind of lineup that they already have. So how is it gonna be like? It kind of seems as though they are hovering and shadow picking onto Martyrs as well as Clint. Both of these abilities are decent, or rather, these two ultimate are pretty decent. It's not exactly very impactful ultimate that can really make it or break it for this team right here. Especially since we're looking at a Valentina, you wouldn't want to get a ultimate such as Model's Protection in order to, be aggressive. You're not supposed to be aggressive that way. And I don't think that you'll want to use the Decimation Assault. The ultimate, let's just call it that way, ultimate of Martyrs in order to kill someone. I don't think that you'll want to do that. Yes, you'll be able to get some great mobility right after doing that, but I don't see a need to do that because you probably wouldn't want to steal the kill from your friends.
Yeah, they're gonna round up the draft here with a Gusion on the right side, and because they locked in the Martyrs, probably they're gonna take Joy into the mid lane instead. I probably see Martyrs going into the EXP. Well, Matilda.
Damn it.
Yeah. So we'll see what
they have a Leomod, right? Leomod and Martyrs.
Leomod
Jungle.
jungle.
Martyrs,
EXP.
Joy.
Matilda roam.
Did they have a gold laner?
Yes, Melissa.
Oh damn it.
So
Joy mid.
Exactly, Joy mid.
Oh.
So you won't get your Joy EXP like you want it. Unfortunately, but maybe the build, you can still use. Let's jump.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Typically, when we're looking at a Joy mid, or rather a hero that goes to mid and normally isn't going to mid, like maybe Furvius, most of these heroes will build very greedily because the main thing that you would want to do is play bursty. So in this case, it's very likely that we're going to be looking at this Joy that is played built in a very burst fashion and not exactly going for Oracle. Maybe we can see concentrated energy, but I doubt that this Joy would play Oracle.
Already an early flicker by Jay here, trying to escape the dashes from Joy. Moonlight's going to land the first blood. The power of Joy, right? And I think the thing about Joy is you also have a lot of movement speed. So as a mid, it allows you to rotate a bit faster as well to other lanes just like this to be able to help out.
Annoying, as you can see, how annoying that is. Being able to zip zap zoom all across the middle lane, you destroy and you finish clearing your lane minions so fast, and then you can move so fast as well in order to help out in the other lanes. At this point in time, Miracle SG does seem to have a very strong composition that is really comprised of a lot of mobility, but they do have ideas and they do have heroes that is able to lock down this Joy. Although I don't really want to tunnel vision all onto Joy because there are still a lot of heroes out here that is very impactful. I'll say that Miracle SG's lineup is kind of like an all-strike meta. Every single one of these heroes are very capable of dishing their own form of damage, and even if you kill one person, the 4 other heroes are still capable of bringing you down fast.
That gank though by the side of Miracle SG, just waiting for Killua to step into the bushes there, and step into the bushes he did. Taken down immediately by the side of Miracle SG. Now they get the turtle priority as well. One of Ohio trying to make the best use of that by putting pressure on the top and the mid side, but we'll see if they manage to get anything out of that. It doesn't look like it at the moment. Moonlight though in some trouble, flicker out to the turret.
And eventually with a few seconds left until the... okay, not a few seconds left, but we have a few minutes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, around 1.5 minutes until the next turtle eventually spawns. Miracle SG definitely do have an upper hand with a total of 3 kills to their name, as well as the fact that they have about 2,000 gold lead on top of Wu. They're starting to slow down a bit, not gonna lie, and Wu is starting to slowly make an advancement onto Miracle SG, as you can pretty much see. Divine Judgment that connects down onto Matilda.
But they're counter-engaging as well. Made in Ohio stealing that Circling Eagle away and managing to put Moonlight in the dirt. Now that's 1 to the name of wonder in Ohio. So I guess they're still kind of trying to get this back, right? And there was a pretty good counter-engage there.
Eventually, Wu would be able to find more ways to eventually get themselves right into the face of Miracle SG. Yon is going to be playing on the Gusion after all, but the question is if whether he even have any targets when it comes down to his Shadowblade Slaughter. Because if you would want to get a kill down to Love Sosa, it's pretty difficult. You have to bait out the Battle's protection before you can even move right in onto the Melissa with your Sword Spike. So you gotta have to fake it with your ultimate. You need to fake it, or else you can't even land a single one of your daggers onto Love Sosa. The rest of the members from the side of Miracle SG, they are either very tanky or they have a very good form of engagement or disengagements.
Jay using the Divine Judgment onto Moonlight as well, but they do manage to get away, so not going to break out into a full-on fight there just yet. Turtle is coming up topside in about 15 seconds, so you can expect both of these teams trying to get as much pressure as possible, top and middle for that. Here comes the Blades, like you said, but it's Yon that has to try to escape from this fight.
I mean, Sammy right now does have a Berserker's Fury already, so honestly, from this point in time, it is going to be a Bruno that is going to hit relatively hard. I would believe that once the Bruno joins into the battle, there could be a chance that Wu eventually gets themselves the win on this very specific turtle. Because once we know once the Berserker's Fury is out, we can see a very sharp spike in terms of power and damage from the side of a Bruno. How are they going to be playing this? That is going to be the main question.
So, banking a lot on Sammy, right? But I think at the moment, you see already Love Sosa does have a slight EXP lead ahead of him as well. So he does have that gap to catch up on. Like you said, Love Sosa with the go away is also very difficult to get to. And you really need to count on the Divine Judgment then to be able to suppress him and target him down. Wayu in some trouble, bottom side 2v1. Appraiser's Wrath will be able to finish him off. Zack comes in with Bravil. Killua flickers out, but it will not be enough to close off that one.
Well, unfortunately for Miracle SG, they could not manage to try to convert that death onto their side into another win. They couldn't kill Killua. It's really unfortunate from Zack, but right now it kind of seems as though the Gusion has managed to fly himself right into the face of this Leomord right after he dismounted off of Barbil. And from that point onwards, it kind of seems like Miracle SG is just going to be jumping right in onto Wu, allowing Huang to get a kill down onto Valentina. With that all said and done, we are going to be seeing Miracle SG with a great amount of control over the river, especially with such a mobile team.
That was pretty interesting. I mean, Moonlight kind of popped the Circling Eagle and immediately flickered back out of that fight like, oh, like there was a bad decision being made. And then you saw Made in Ohio responding with a Circling Eagle of his own. I might have mixed the two up in sequence, but I think that's what I saw. So
it's confusing indeed.
Like you said, still going the way of Miracle SG, and they're going to be able to try to leash this turtle. You know, both of these teams want to contest it at this point, but the junglers are quite dead even, especially in terms of their levels.
Yeah, so the Retribution battle is not gonna be that big of a deal. Previously, Zack that was playing as the Leomord did have a level ahead of Yawn, but unfortunately, Yawn did manage to pick him off instantaneously, as such allowing Yawn to pick up more of that slack and be able to contest for the next upcoming objectives. Miracle SG hovering around and dancing around the turtle. Wu is waiting for the perfect time. It kind of seems as though the time is now.
Yeah, they've already pulled the trigger. I mean, right now they want more than the turtle. Killua goes down, and they're looking for Jay, but probably not going to press this on further. Divine Judgment, though, gets Huang. Can he dash out of it? The Terrified comes through. Will be able to, because Wagyu and Zack are here to save his life. Now, Miracle SG walking away with that turtle. Hold on, the Wonder of Ohio. That wombo combo and CC chain will melt down Zack, and it's one in favor of Wonder of Ohio.
Yawn came in a little bit too late. He was focusing himself down on the bottom lane as much as possible. And I'm relatively surprised to see that Yawn, that playing as a Gusion, was actually focusing on lane quite a bit. The Circling Eagle coming in from Moonlight zooms right onto the Martyrs. Unfortunately, not quite enough. That's not Martyrs. Zooms down onto Made in Ohio that's playing as a Valentina. Not quite enough to bring him down though, unfortunately. And now Wu have managed to catch themselves back up into this game, bring down the first tier defense turret in the top lane, bottom lane, and of course tallying out in all of their kills.
But I think Miracle actually got what they wanted there. It's probably just trying to zone out a bit of the mid lane, so they got the tier 1 turret. There's a bit of control in the mid side. But that being said, like you said, Wonder of Ohio, they've turned their sights to the other sides of the map. The top and bottom have both been taken down by Wonder of Ohio. So it seems like, I mean, even though Miracle SG has been getting some of these early kills, they are already evening this out. And like you said, Sammy is just waiting to farm up and put out that damage.
Eventually, the game is gonna start to get a lot more high octane. The Lord will be popping out in 20 seconds time, and eventually one of these teams will get that win. Once they win in that one team fight, it's going to steer the game in a very obvious direction. And now, it kind of seems as though Killua is going to be the first person to make his advancements onto Miracle SG. He's not quite dead yet though. He did manage to get a kill down on Love Sosa, and Jay immediately with a flicker. And of course, with Divine Judgment eventually ending the life of Huang, with Made in Ohio continuing the rest of that attack.
Just precision in terms of Killua's Appraiser's Wrath coming in clutch to heal himself back up and prevent him from dying. I guess Love Sosa didn't quite see that coming, probably thought, you know, he could end his life before he did that to him in turn. So unfortunately, Miracle SG went down, and it's going to be Wonder of Ohio that is pulling this Lord in their favor.
Yep. As such, they did manage to win in the previous fight, so getting themselves the Lord is definitely going to be good. Yawn continues and gets himself the Lord take. The rest of the members from Wonder of Ohio knows that they are in for a great game now that they have brought down the condition that they are looking for, which is going to be the Lord. Marching in the northern side and marching right down. Eventually, they will be able to successfully bring down most of these turrets that are left standing.
Like you said, this game just escalated so quickly. You thought for a moment, Wonder of Ohio was a step back, but they quickly closed that gap, and not only that, they also got the Lord on top of that. Granted, it's probably going to be taken down by Miracle SG, but they're trying to pull off something here. The conceal play, they find Moonlight, they go all in. Circling Eagle will probably not save his life. The flicker does, but they shut down Yon just in time. And now, Wonder of Ohio, they're forced to back out. Made in Ohio in some trouble. Huang with the dashes, trying to save his teammate. And Zach, oh my goodness, it's 2-4-1 somehow. Wonder of Ohio still making this work, and look at Jay just chasing them down.
The crazy push and pull coming in from both of these teams. Wonder of Ohio knew that they're gonna have to get themselves away as fast as possible, but in the meantime, they managed to outplay against Miracle SG and forced Miracle SG in a very unfavorable position. And once they have hit that point in time, they turn things back and push Miracle SG back to where they came from. But unfortunately, that's not quite the end of the fight. The middle lane outer turret has finally been destroyed by Wonders of Ohio after so many times that they are trying to beat it down. The top lane's inner turret has been destroyed as well. The bottom lane's inner turret is still left standing. As such, Miracle SG have managed to find themselves some more breathing space, and I believe that with their their current power and only about 2,000 gold behind, they still have got a great chance in pushing Wonders of Ohio back.
They do, but like you said, Sammy's farming up. He just got his Malefic Roar as well, and with the Wave of the World animation ultimate, when he kicks the ball, it's just gonna bounce off everyone. So even if, yes, you have that mobility, as long as you're clumped up close enough together, it's still going to be able to dish out the damage. YU bottom side in some trouble, has to back into the safety of his turret. So it's really turned around here. You can see Wonders of Ohio is now taking most of this control over the map, and Miracle SG being the one to turtle up.
It's pretty much understandable that Wonders of Ohio would want to push their advantage as much and much as possible. Pushing Miracle SG into a spot where they can't farm is the best play and best way to get yourself even more tempo. In the meantime, Divine Judgment
already getting YU down. That isolation, there's nothing Miracle SG can do. The blink in by Killua as well will put down Zac. Yon gets the credit for it, and now they're trying to siege as much as possible through the drafts of Miracle SG, but they are way too low. They have to back out just a bit. They've gotten a mid tier 2 turret as well, so huge swing for Wonders of Ohio.
A 2-for-1 trade. Unfortunately, both of these teams have managed to trade out their jungler. As such, even if the Lord is currently available, none of these teams will be able to fight for it immediately and try to burst it down. The only thing that we can expect from both of these teams is try to take back their original control and try to maybe play a little bit of a hidden game, as you can see, which is what Miracle SG is doing, with Moonlight and Love Sosa hiding inside one of these brushes, waiting for someone to eventually thread in, and they will burst him down as much and as fast as possible. However, Miracle's SG's lineup is not exactly geared to burst. They need to take some time before their damage eventually ramps up even more as the fight goes on longer and longer. While Wonders of Ohio, they are the one that have a greater burst, especially since looking at the jungler side, Zac has got some immediate great burst, but after that, not quite much. But Yon, he's the one that we're gonna have to look out for. With a concealed play, Jacob gets himself in. It kind of seems as though the Divine Judgment connects.
Immediately, Love Sosa just gets blown up. Zac does the same to Yon, but it doesn't matter. 2-for-1. Wonders of Ohio still comes out on top, and that's exactly what they're trying to look for. But that being said, they have gotten the jungler down, so no retribution. Not sure if Miracle SG will try to pull off a steal here and make a miracle of this themselves.
Eventually, Wonders of Ohio will be able to find more space to get themselves the Lord again. But same thing as always, Wonders of Ohio doesn't have their jungler. Zac is still around the game, he still have got his retribution, but his retribution level is only at level 14. So once Yon comes back in, the retribution battle is going to be disadvantageous to Miracle SG. If anything else, Miracle SG have lost their small little opportunity in trying to take the Lord. But of course, easier said than done, since they do have a number disadvantage.
I think not just that, right? I mean, you talked about how they need time. They do DPS more than they do burst. And the thing is, they don't have a sort of tanky frontline to be able to do that. So there's a compounding effect here. Not only do you need time, you don't have someone to buy that time for you to get into the backline. On the flip side, Wonders of Ohio, they have Kaja, they have Fredrin to hold some of that. And again, look at Killua going in as that frontline here. Wagyu tries to go all the way back to nail someone down, but he doesn't seem like he's able to. Wonders of Ohio, they do back down and focus on putting down Wagyu. In the meantime, Zack gets Killua. Wonders of Ohio, they're trying to hold out as much as possible, but they are fighting as a team.
A 1-for-1 trade with the Lord dropping lower than 50% HP. Jay had decided to go straight in but flickers himself right back out. This allowed Wonders of Ohio to make a really quick and decisive jump in without Jay having to sacrifice himself. It created enough mayhem, enough chaos to make Miracle SG really sweat at where they stood. But right now, Love Sosa, he went in and did what he exactly needed with a triple kill to his name, wiping out the entire teams of Wonder of Ohio. But the only thing that they feel that it was a pity was that they could not manage to steal the Lord underneath the nose of Wonders of Ohio.
One decision to stay for the Lord, and immediately Love Sosa turns around and just decimates the entire team. Here comes Killua with the Praises Wrath, trying to end the life of Love Sosa. They will be able to do it, shuts them down. And like you said, unfortunately, the Lord is still in the favor of Wonders of Ohio.
That was a big play from Killua. His presence alone has single-handedly made the upcoming fight so much easier. With the Lord trampling down in the middle lane, Miracle SG is definitely going to come in and intercept this Lord, and this will allow Wonders of Ohio to actually make their way over faster and easier so that they can march in together with the Lord.
But Wonders of Ohio, they're coming. The rest of the members, the Divine Judgment does get one. One goes down, and now Wonders of Ohio pushing their way into the base with this Lord. It doesn't seem like there is hope for this team as that goes down, and Wonders of Ohio clears up the base as well.
A small little mistake. After a small little mistake, this is kind of like what we call the Murphy's Law. Everything worked out so well for Miracle SG. They, at least when it comes down to Love Sosa, he managed to get a full man wipeout after going in and kill the rest of the stragglers that was trying to bring down the Lord. Yes, they were unable to kill the final Lord, or rather, they were unable to steal the Lord. But they killed out almost everyone. Love Sosa needed to stay alive in that subsequent fight, but because of how Killua played, he brought Love Sosa down, and from that point onwards, they had another chance of redemption, and that is to allow the Lord to actually march into the base, let it crash, and then take him down at where he stood, not to intercept the Lord. Because once they intercept the Lord, they are actually buying a lot more time in order for the members from Wonders of Ohio to create a stronger death ball in one fell swoop.
This game was so back and forth though. I mean, in the beginning, right, you had Miracle SG just having the upper hand. They had some kills, but they couldn't quite close that out. And for a moment, Love Sosa, when he was at the Lord, getting 3 of those kills, you thought,
a glimmer of hope.
Yes, you thought. I mean, it wasn't just a glimmer. It was like, maybe they can do this.
Maybe. But unfortunately, it was the Murphy's Law coming into action. One after another, they couldn't find themselves to win. If only the game lasted for a little while longer, it kind of seems as though that they will be able to do a way better job. But unfortunately, pitting this Joy into the middle lane seemed to serve as a not that good of a choice. We're looking at we're looking at a mid laner who have a very crucial role, and that is number 1, being able to clear out the middle wave as fast as you can so that they can rotate a lot faster, which is definitely something that we saw sub 3 minutes. Joy moving from one place to another, really doing a very good job. But a mage is a middle lane mage is mostly required to have burst potential, burst capabilities, and that is not something that Joy ultimately has. You need to dash, wait, dash, wait, dash, wait, and then you go in for your, what is it? Rhythmic
electrifying beats.
There we go. Then you can go for electrifying beats. Then you'll slowly deal more damage over time. right? Everything is about damage over time, damage over time, damage over time. But when it comes down to Joy and most of the members in that team, they don't have the burst potential. So the mage role ultimately is missing. We're technically looking at a double EXP lane in that game. So they do not have anyone that can really respond to the quick game, the quick actions coming in from Wonders of Ohio, which comes in very evidently in the later stages. Because everyone has got great damage, but they don't really have a lot of health to compensate for that. So if you are just busted down, you don't even have the time to deal more damage over time. So
The time to deal more damage over time.
Yeah, the time to deal DOT.
Yeah, and that really shows, right? On the flip side, you know, Wonders of Ohio, like you said, had so much burst damage. So while Miracle SG was trying to put out that damage, I mean, you blink and they're basically gone. So you it was tough. And on top of that, there was the front line of Kaja as well as Fredrin. It's hard to even get to Valentina or get to Bruno, for example. So was this a drafting?
This is kind of a drafting thing, really. Because we can, at least for me, I can tell that Miracle SG definitely have got skills. They know that they have a very good teamwork and they are just working together in a fine fashion. But this draft is ultimately greedy because there is way too much meta heroes that they're looking for.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Right?
Like, they just tried to pick up a lot of meta heroes.
Yeah, meta heroes that they feel that, that is going to work. This could work, that could work. But in the end of the day, the synergy between the heroes just doesn't quite gel up that well. Maybe in some other composition, against some other compositions, it might work, especially in a team that maybe have doesn't really have a lot of burst potential. Maybe they don't have a Kaja. Things may have been very different. But in this case, it's not exactly the right answer.
Well, we saw that clear. We saw that really clearly, right? I mean, they tried to pick towards that, and they did play very well.
They did.
They did play that draft very well. Unfortunately, did not quite work out in their favor. So still, it is Wonders of Ohio that managed to claim this victory. And that being said, you have your teams locked in from the semifinals, and you know who's going to go to the grand finals. So that will take place on the 17th of December. Do remember to tune in then. Any last words for, you know, all the viewers who have been with us today through this Asia Esports Festival?
Well, thank you so much to all of you guys for tuning in. I hope that you guys have thoroughly enjoyed yourself throughout from 12 o'clock until now. A 6 hours broadcast featuring all 8 series game from the start to the end. So make sure you guys tune back in on to the 17th, and I'm excited to see you guys and excited to watch the game and cast the game.
Yeah, once again, this has been Asia Esports Festival Online Cross-Border Challenge brought to you by M1 Game GG and Element X. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We hope to see you on the 17th of December. My name is Grubby. Here with me is Abstract, and it's been a pleasure. See you next time.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, I'm out. Thanks for supporting Stream Dream. Catch y'all later.
They were having a huge sale today, so you know I had to stock up on everything. And I came across this amazing eyeshadow, and you guys are gonna absolutely love this look.
It is going to make you glow.
So I'm going to use this one right here.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee. OSIM.
SM57, the world's first choice for instrument miking. The SM57 has defined the standard for professional instrument microphones. It is known as the workhorse due to its legendary reliability and diversity of application. Virtually every studio has at least one SM57, and it can be heard on thousands of albums and recordings. The SM57 features a bright, clean sound and contoured frequency response. The cardioid pickup pattern isolates the main sound source while reducing background noise, and will simply record exactly what you point it at, while rejecting sound from the rear. As with all Shure microphones, the SM57 is also extremely durable and can be relied upon time and time again, year after year.
Never said this began!
Hello the internet, I'm Phil Gornell, I'm here at the Manchester Central Convention Centre, and I'm going to talk to you about the work that I've been doing with Bring Me The Horizon with Alan and Heath.
Set more beat for you!